Should they have put Diaz in and tried to get 6?
Not 6, but the only thing I thought of was it was top of the order in the 8th, and I thought he might just bring Diaz for the 8th for the guts of the lineup and then have somebody else do the 9th.
Right.
I was surprised that he went with who he went with in the 8th. The guy in the 7th is a harder thrower, and I thought that was interesting who they went to. He was not really an 8th inning guy. He was a 7th inning guy this year. Stanek, who they went with in the 7th, was more their 8th inning guy and fill-in closer. So, but they had it charted out, and that's how they wanted to do it. But
it blew up right in their face.
Yep.
I'm listening to ESPN on the way in my 2-minute drive, and they're doing the post on the Mets Brewers is the first thing that was on when I got in the car, and whoever was talking goes, blah, blah, blah. Well, he trusts this team and he trusts the bullpen. And I'm like, what? I work with a guy who really watches the Mets, and I know he doesn't trust the bullpen, so I don't know how the manager could trust the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, he has to. I mean, this is.
I got you, but I just thought it was I thought it was a lame statement, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's Now, what would have been interesting, Mark, if Diaz had covered first in Atlanta, he throws 20 plus less pitches. And then he might have gotten greedy last night and handed him the ball and said,
"That's a great point, David.
Go for it."
That's a really good point.
That's where not covering first.
I thought you got it back, though. I thought, when he blows the play at first, the Brewers pitcher there has it pop off his mitt. I'm like, well,
right.
We're even.
But my feeling, first blown save loses the series. So, I mean, the Mets have a good pitcher going. That's all you can ask. See, he did last night what I thought he was going to do Tuesday. Okay, where he pulled him after the starter after 5. But what was interesting was he let him face the heart of the order in the 5th, and he got it out.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Thursday of October. We begin a stretch of 55 consecutive days of football. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. The next time, Mark, there will not be a football game on. Will be the night before Thanksgiving.
Wow. That sounds delightful.
Thought I would start with that. Get everybody in a good mood.
Delightful, David.
We don't know how everybody's week is going. We know we're over the hump, but it's just say you're having a bad week. Well, maybe that'll get you to the finish line. Maybe you're having a good week, and that'll get you racing to the finish line. So there you have it. Can't say the same about any other sport. Hockey's getting close, though, because they're about ready to start up. And basketball starts up earlier than ever as well. But no, football, 55 consecutive days or nights of football until the night before Thanksgiving. And then we rest. And then we get ready for a triple header.
While we eat a lot.
A lot. Yes. So how you doing?
I'm doing fantastically, David.
And you know why?
Yes, I do. My Detroit Tigers advanced through the wild card round and are going to take on the Cleveland Guardians here in the ALDS.
Somebody's got the fever. How's it feel? Haven't had the fever in a while.
It's fantastic. I haven't rooted for a team in a long time, but like really rooted, because I've said it all along. I have a soft spot for the Detroit Lions, but I didn't grow up a Lion. They weren't good. It was hard to root for a team that was that bad that often. They had a couple of years in my childhood where they were pretty good, but for the most part, they were bad. And the Tigers in '84 that was such a special year and such a fun year, but the Tigers were my first team. That was the games that I would go to as a kid with my dad, my grandfather, and things of that nature. That was the team. That was what we did in the summer. You know, my grandparents had a little cottage about 45 minutes away from where we lived on the Saginaw Bay where we would go fishing. And
Ernie Harwell.
Listening to Ernie Harwell perch fishing on a pontoon boat was what Saturdays and Sundays were about.
That was living right there.
It was. And so to see them finally, after 10 years, get back into the postseason, doing it the way they did, because this was obviously the complete opposite of '84, where they started out 35-5 and had this great run. And they've had other runs since then, but they haven't won a World Series now in 40 years. And for the Tigers to put this incredible run with a bunch of no names, essentially,
right,
with no 25 home run hitters, with no 75 RBI guys. They have one starting pitcher. And
he's really good, though.
Yes, he is. But David, yesterday, Ibanez gets the big hit for Detroit. They bring him in to pinch hit. He hadn't driven in a run since September the 10th. He hit 167 in September.
Hell, he
delivers the biggest hit of the season for the Detroit Tigers. That's what they have done, and it's hard not to fall in love with a team that's got that kind of grit.
Plus, not only that, I mean, these guys, they're not even making any money. What do you got, like half the roster's rookies? I mean, Josh Hader, the guy who threw the pitch to Ibanez, he's making $19 million a year. There's like 20 guys on the Tigers combined making a total of $19 million.
Absolutely crazy.
So you got the fever, and it's a good kind of fever. You don't want no Tylenol, no Motrin. I don't need a nap. I don't need vitamin C. I want the fever. You got it. You're swimming in it now.
Oh, now, and you said this yesterday. You get into the playoffs, you're happy to get there.
It's just, so the season's already a success, no matter what happens. And then you get just a little. Soon as they won game one, what'd you start thinking?
Well, I'll be damned. Now let's win some games.
Anything's possible now, boys.
Darn right.
Isn't it like when you're a hockey fan and you get out of the first round?
Totally.
Once you get out of the first round in hockey, you start looking around, you go, we can do this. Meanwhile, it's like, do you know how hard 12 more wins is? Oh, no. Well, we can do this. Okay. All right. There you go. By the way, who should be happy? The Yankees. Because all the Yankees have to do to get to the World Series is beat the AL Central. I mean, seriously, if the Yankees can't beat the AL Central with their payroll and the star power on their team, I mean, that's all that's left. Cleveland, Kansas City, Detroit.
That vaunted American League Central, David.
Well, and not only that, in the last 12 years, I don't know if they've lost a series to the vaunted AL Central. Meanwhile, to everyone else, Red Sox, Astros, they've lost like 7 times.
Yeah, I will say you're right. Yankee fan is very happy with the Detroit Tigers right now.
Oh, my goodness. Get our kryptonite out.
Thank goodness you beat them because we have no idea how to do it.
Right. Way to go, guys. Now, hope we squash you along the way. But how about 3 out of 4 sweeps also? And how about what home team so far, 3-5 in the baseball playoffs? Padres won 2, Milwaukee won last night. But Detroit and Kansas City obviously went 4-0. Mets got a game 1 win. So, don't know if there's home field, although I think Milwaukee's going to be pretty happy tonight at home in their bandbox.
So much for you watching football tonight. You'll be lost. This is an elimination game. You're going to be, you're the opposite of me. You're full of nerves now. You had it going to the 8th.
And I was, I was fine last night when they blew it. I was. Somehow, I wasn't upset. I wasn't nervous. I don't know what was going on. I guess I was just, flying along this week. But tonight, if the same thing happens, oh, man. Yeah. You'll have to carry me at the beginning of a football Friday. There's no doubt. Because now, Mark, I'm where you were yesterday. I'm like, well, if we could, since we won 1 game, well, why not? We've never played the Phillies in the playoffs before. Wouldn't that be something? New York, Philadelphia, they hate each other, blah, blah, blah. Right. Milwaukee's like, hold our beer, will you? Enough of that. So, baseball playoffs, Thursday night football, 55 consecutive days of football begins tonight. That's almost 8 full weeks, baby.
That means one thing starting next week, everyone.
Maction. Hey, do you think they should still be doing that? Like, if you were the commissioner of the league, is this still working for you?
Yes. I think it is. They don't draw fans. Most teams in that league don't draw great crowds.
So you think the fact that they draw even less on a Tuesday or Wednesday night because it's on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, you're fine with it. You get the 4-letter network and a number exposure. You're probably drawing, I don't know, 1 million or so. I'm guessing, and we'll find out, goodness knows. But that Maction draws like a really bad bowl game. Like one of those, and I don't even want to say one of those first bowl games because we're so excited that, like 2.5 million of us watched the New Mexico Bowl. But I don't know how many of us watched the Boca Raton Bowl. I don't know how many are going to watch your bowl game that you're going to bring to Southwest Florida whenever that day comes. But that's last on your bucket list, right?
That's it. That's my goal. I've got the jackets designed already.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a joke. All right. If you're listening outside of the 239 right now, this is not a joke. This is Mark Miller's last hill to climb that doesn't involve his family. This is it. This is the last career goal. It's to bring a bowl game to Southwest Florida. He's only wanted to do it for about 12 to 15 years. All right. But now he's got the contacts. Now he's important enough where people are listening.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say important if the people are listening. I was lucky enough to be asked to sit on a council in which those people are important enough to make this happen. I said, what we need here is a bowl game. And the guy who's in charge looked at me and went, that's not a half bad idea. And I went, oh boy, here we go.
Uh-oh. Sounds like I'm going to be on some committees. Sounds like I got more meetings in my life. But no one, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the God's honest truth. All right. I got my hand raised and everything as I say this. So I forget when the first few college football games that we went to together was. I mean, probably the first one was when we went to the Oklahoma-Florida State national championship, and we went to some others. But when Mark first saw the people who run bowl games, and you can pick them out a mile away, they're like the red hat ladies in a restaurant because they're all wearing the same sport coat. And Mark's face just lit up, turned to me, and he said, I want to be one of those guys one day.
And they're awful sport coats. Awful. And the one that I have designed is more hideous than anything I've ever seen. I want, when we walk in for the Hertz Bowl, I want them to see what we're bringing. And it's the only, Hertz is headquartered in Southwest Florida. That's why I mentioned them off the bat.
Well, then yellow's got to be a primary color.
Because what I want is a key lime jacket with pink palm trees on
it. Some schools may just want to shy away from the bowl game just because they don't want the post-game picture on the podium taken with you guys.
No, they all want to come here. Early December or mid-December.
Yep. It's true.
Destination.
Yep.
Bowl game, Southwest Florida. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is 25 minutes away. Thanks so much for listening.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks for taking me back. Oh, and the flowers are beautiful.
You know, Coach Grizzle, I've always thought they were more purple than red too. Look at Paula, who 2 days ago didn't know half the players on the team and admitted that.
That's all right, Paula. Neither did I.
And then now she's chiming in with, and we're good at this, and we're good at this. Yeah, I don't believe that the payroll is 18.9 million. I'm serious. You got 26 guys. That means that basically the whole payroll is making minimum wage. I don't believe that. I know half the team's rookies. I know half the teams make a minimum wage, but no, I saw it too. I just, it just seems unbelievable. But yeah, they in the last year or so they called up all their kids, and their kids are producing.
But they called up a lot of them this year.
This year, yeah. Well, that's like the Mets team right now. Half the team wasn't on the team on opening day. Mark, the three relievers in between the starter and Diaz, the three relievers they used yesterday, not on the team at the beginning of the year. Well, maybe Garrett was. He was just hurt for a while, but I mean, their second baseman, Iglesias, wasn't on the team. Winker wasn't on the team. Torrens, the backup catcher, wasn't on the team. Vientos was in the minors, the third baseman.
That's their season payroll, Paul, but their playoff roster payroll, because they've got guys they didn't put on the roster, that I think that's how that works. But
yeah, you know, and there's a couple of Orioles fans who listen to this show who weren't happy with me like 3-4 weeks ago when I said to David Sampson, what has gone on with the Orioles? And they were like, hey, you're being a little hard on the Orioles. I'm like, come on now. Been watching them play for the last 6 weeks. They're barely a 500 club. And yeah, their lineup, it's 2 years in a row in the playoffs. You know what the Orioles are starting to look like? The Blue Jays. And that's a problem. Got all these good young players, except when it's time to deliver, they're not good young players. Yeah, and it was their lineup. They're going to have to make a major trade. They're going to have to spend some money, get a bat. Can't have James McCann playing in a playoff game. That's ridiculous.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting five, a little more than 15 minutes away. Really good show lined up for you. Brad Gillie in a little more than an hour will explain. Wait, they're having a NASCAR guest in October? Yep, and we'll explain here momentarily. Roy Cummings. We got Thursday Night Football. It involves the Bucs and Falcons. Mark, what if I told you?
look at you.
Look, doing a little 30 for 30 there.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you that if the Bucs win tonight, they've won the NFC South? Would you agree?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, they'd be 2 games ahead of the Falcons, having beaten the Falcons in Atlanta. Just saying.
I got you.
Okay. A little early is what you're saying. So it's not as big as maybe we want to make it out to be?
No, I think it's big. I think it could lead to winning the division, but I think I watched the Bucs lose to the Broncos. I'm not ready if they beat the Falcons to anoint them. That's all.
All right. Well, it is the NFC South. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's anointing, but to a point. That's all. So, Saints have lost 2 in a row, and where are they going? Kansas City? I think that's our Monday night game. I should probably start paying attention to that.
That is your Monday night game.
Yeah, I thought so. And Dr. Roto in 2 hours is going to answer all your fantasy football questions. He's been giving out some good advice on this show.
And I'm done. So you're not going to have to deal with me setting my fantasy lineup because my team is all on the IR.
Well, there you go. And apparently he's not going to replace him. So okay.
I've replaced him. I'm grinding, but it's
right. So you're a 1-3 team, is what you're saying?
You're darn right I am.
Right. Okay.
I was trying to grind to 2-2. I'd have a whole different attitude at 2-2, David.
Yep. Well, we all would. We all would. And JP Shadrick's going to join us in the Diamond District bonus hour. So there's a reason that we have a NASCAR guest on the show in a little more than an hour. Did you catch this story yesterday in amongst your baseball playoff fever, the glow that is emanating all the way from Houston to where you live in the 239? Along the way, did you stumble upon this story?
I did stumble upon it because when Michael Jordan is suing NASCAR, it catches your attention, David.
And that's the headline right there. I know it's football season. I know it's baseball playoffs. We pay attention on this show. We know what's going on. We know what you want to talk about. But Michael Jordan is taking NASCAR to federal court. All right? A billionaire is taking NASCAR to federal court because they're mean bullies. And they need to be taken down a peg.
In fact, that is the exact quote in the lawsuit. The France family and NASCAR are monopolistic bullies.
Wow. Tell you what.
And bullies will continue to impose their will to hurt others until their targets stand up and refuse to be victims. That moment has now arrived.
In parenthesis right after that, it's exactly how I treated the New York Knicks. That's how they're treating us.
The New York Knicks, it's how he treated his teammates, for crying out loud.
It's how I treated Bill Cartwright. That's how they're treating us. For that matter, it's how I treated the Eastern Conference. Hell, it's how I treated the NBA.
But they went big time with their attorney.
Oh, yeah. It's that Kessler guy, right?
You got it.
Yeah. I mean, that's like calling Morgan & Morgan for an injury, right? I mean, that's even better than that. Because there's others that are on the same scale as Morgan & Morgan, but Kessler's kind of in a listen, I'm really busy. I got a full docket. It's Michael Jordan on line 1. All right, everybody, leave the room. I got to take this call.
You mean I can take down another league?
Look what I've done with college sports. I can do this with NASCAR? Hot damn. Want to talk about a hostile room. Hoo-ah. So, yep. Michael Jordan suing NASCAR. Got to admit, there's not much to get me stopped. I got the thumb working. I'm scrolling through, just quickly trying to catch up. I haven't paid attention for a few hours. Bada bing, bada boom. Wait, whoa. Now the thumb's got to start going back a different direction. Wait, did I see what I could have sworn that said Michael Jordan suing NASCAR. I must have read that wrong.
I worry about you during games, David. That Geico commercial, which is starting to annoy me, which I thought was funny at first, but now it's starting to annoy me, in which they're all getting the prepping for the training camp for the insurance agents, in which the one agent cramps up on his finger.
Right.
I'm afraid that that's you a lot of nights when you're watching games and the thumb just keeps working, that you're going to cramp up sometimes.
Let me tell you. All right. I mean, there's a lot of things as you get older that stop working, but I need my 2 thumbs, or at least one of them. I need one of them to keep working. I do, at least for another 7, 8, 10, 12 years, however long we're going to do this. We pull the plug on the 3rd act. I don't need my thumbs anymore. But wait, what? Michael Jordan suing NASCAR? Federal court? All right. Serious question. You're NASCAR. What do you do? What do you do? Because if we'll get into it with Brad Gillie in an hour. So there are these things NASCAR hands out. They're called charters. Okay. That's basically a race team. All right. Like Joe Gibbs Racing has like 4 charters, so they can field 4 cars. NASCAR hands out the charters. In order to get handed out a charter, you have to agree to NASCAR's rules. There are 15 race teams in NASCAR. 13 of the 15, they've had 2 years worth of negotiations. NASCAR 2 weeks ago gave all 15 race teams a take it or leave it offer. Sign and agree to this financial distribution, which the race teams feel NASCAR's stealing them blind. They're not making enough money. The drivers, the race teams, and NASCAR's like, here, it's our circuit. Here you go. Sign this or you can't race. And 13 of the 15 signed. And none of them were happy about it. And they all said, we felt like we had to or we were going to get kicked out of the sport. Jordan's team and one other small team, okay, didn't sign. They're now suing NASCAR. As of next year, Mark, they do not have a charter. Okay, in theory, NASCAR could kick Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, which is Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace would be out, and Front Row Motorsports in their 2-3 cars. NASCAR can kick them out next year according to their bylaws.
That I wouldn't do.
Okay.
If I were NASCAR, I know that the France family is going to be tempted to just kick them out because that's the rules they play by. But this Kessler doesn't lose. Whether it was the women's soccer team getting their fair equity, whether it was the NCAA, he's represented all 4 major league sports teams or sports leagues. But your option is to renegotiate something that you've already told them they have, or to just fight this lawsuit. And I think NASCAR will just simply try to fight this lawsuit and say that they're in the right because they own all the tracks.
Right.
But
here's the deal. If you're going to, take it to the end, if you're NASCAR, shouldn't you then kick them out? Which financially could really come back and haunt you. Because obviously, Michael Jordan's race team and Front Row Motorsports, they're looking for, by the way, Jordan wants damages going all the way back like 7-8 years. He goes, yeah, the last charter that we raced on sucked. And it was BS, and it was unfair. Okay, so I want damages for the last 7-8 years as well. I mean, if you're NASCAR, you're risking the empire if you kick them out.
I think you're risking the empire either way.
Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't you kick them out? I mean,
I wouldn't.
If you're going to go down, I would.
Okay.
I would. Well, because I'm risking. This is, to me, though, NASCAR's in the position of the NCAA here. Okay. And, they took it all the way to the end and lost. I think NASCAR is going to do the same. The starting 5 is next here on Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you.
Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Paul, I'd tell you to go see my guy before you get the mask. If you're in Southwest Florida, if you like it, if you don't like the mask, I'd definitely go see him.
You talking Harold's Deli?
Ah, it's outstanding. No, he's talking Harold's in Fort Myers, best restaurant in Lee County.
Gotcha.
I think. I know I'd probably upset some people with that statement, but I think it's the best restaurant in Lee County.
Where is it?
South Fort Myers, you know where like the Jamaica Bay,
Yeah.
right across the street in those bad, ugly 3 strip malls that are hard to get into. If you make if you were to go west into that, there's a gas station and there's like 3 strip malls.
Okay.
What isn't a little pricey though, Paul? You're going to get a good meal, you're going to pay for it.
Iowa.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floor Meisters studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. Brad Gillie, 1 hour from now. Roy Cummings, Dr. Roto in our 8 a.m. Eastern hour. JP Shadrick to kick off the Diamond District bonus hour. A reminder, like in Huntsville, Lake City, Charlotte County, if there's an interview that we're doing when we're not airing in your market, go to millerandmoulton.com. Download it after the fact. The show is up shortly after the show airs. So there. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we start with playoff baseball, which may not have been the biggest story in the sport yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. The Tigers took down the Astros. The Astros had made 7 consecutive ALCSs. Last time they were in the playoffs and didn't make it to the League Championship Series, 2015. Houston, with 2 in the 7th, had taken a 2-1 lead. And they were not that far away from handing the ball over to Josh Hader, their terrific closer. They couldn't get to him. By the time they did, the Tigers had tied it up. They had ducks all over the pond. Hader comes in to face Andy Ibanez, who's not even hitting his weight lately. And Ibanez rips a bases-clearing double down the left field line. By the way, did you catch Michael K's call? He doesn't know any of the Tigers.
Not a one.
Doesn't know any of their names. Okay? It was, wow, embarrassing. Anyway, Detroit 5, Houston 2. Tigers sweep the Astros. Next up for the Tigers, the Guardians. In a vaunted AL Central matchup, winner goes to the LCS. Meanwhile, the vaunted AL Central, hey, you guys have been telling jokes at our expense all year. Just so you know, the White Sox really suck. The rest of us don't, okay? Kansas City sweeps Baltimore. This young crew for the Orioles made the playoffs the last 2 years. They played 5 playoff games. Mark, how many have they won?
That would be 0.
That's correct, Mark. 2-1 Royals. Next up for Kansas City, they head to the Bronx, face the Yankees. But Royals have the better starting pitching. Maybe not in game 1, but they have the better starting pitching. This series could be interesting. Royals will put a lot of pressure on the Yankees defense. Yankees have all the power. The Royals can keep the ball in the park. This will be a very interesting 5-game series. By the way, it goes 2-2-1 in the division round in baseball. 2-2-1. To the National League, Brewers stay alive. 3 in the 8th, a couple of homers. Jackson Chourio, his second of the game, tied it at 3. And then coming off the bench, Garrett Mitchell with a pinch hit 2-run homer. Brewers 5, Mets 3. Game 3 tonight. The only game 3. Winner to face the Phillies, by the way, on Saturday. But the other National League matchup is all set. And this is pretty sexy. Sorry, Atlanta. This is pretty sexy. It's going to be Dodgers-Padres. They don't like each other. And San Diego can beat them. They've beaten them in the playoffs now. They went 8-5 against them this year. Matter of fact, it might have been 9-4. But they won the season series. And here they come. 5-4 Padres. They scored 5 in the second against Max Fried and held them off. So you got Tigers, Guardians, Yankees, Royals, Padres, Dodgers, and the Phillies are thrilled that the Mets in Milwaukee are going 3 because they're sitting at home getting the winner on Saturday. And this was not the biggest story in baseball yesterday. You don't believe me? Well, hear this. Diamond Sports Group, the folks that own Bally's, yeah, they went to bankruptcy court for another hearing yesterday. Yeah, they floored Major League Baseball when they said, yeah, we've got 12 teams that we currently broadcast their games. Yeah, we're not interested in broadcasting 11 of them. Well, I mean, we might be interested if they're willing to renegotiate their deal, but if they want the deal that we've signed and half of them still have a deal, okay, yeah, we're not going to honor those contracts. They can have their rights right now. The other 5 or 6 that we're dropping, if they want to renegotiate for something less, yeah, all right, give us a call. The only games that Diamond Sports Group wants to keep televising, the Braves. They said thanks but no to 4 of the 5 teams in the AL Central, the Guardians, the Royals, the Tigers, and the Twins. They said thanks but no to 3 of the teams in the NL Central, the Brewers, the Cardinals, and the Reds. They said thanks but no to 2 of the teams in the AL West, the Angels and the Rangers. You know the Rangers. They just won the World Series last year. Not interested. Oh, yeah. Rays and Marlins fans, right now, your games don't have a home. They ditched you too. Now, Major League Baseball, ironically, over a year ago, wanted Bally's to say just that. But now they were floored, quote unquote, in bankruptcy court yesterday when this is what Diamond Sports Group said. So now Major League Baseball, on the fly, if you will, has got to figure out a way, and or their team. Now, baseball wants it all under their umbrella. Okay, they do. And they want to, distribute the money equally and all that. First off, you got the teams, Mark, who currently have a regional sports channel that's making hundreds of millions of dollars, like Yes and SNY and, the Dodgers deal with Time Warner in LA and the whole deal. And they're like, Nesson, those teams aren't interested in getting under baseball's umbrella. But what baseball is trying to do is gobble up everybody else, and then they're going to lean hard on the Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, and Dodgers, and the Chicago franchises, etc. But so first things first, can Major League Baseball get all these 11 teams to go underneath their umbrella? Or, Mark, will they do what NBA and NHL teams have done here in the last few months and gone out and sought their own deals? There's the Panthers, the Dallas Mavericks. There are teams out there that have gotten their own deals after Bally's dropped them. Bally's, by the way, Diamond Sports Group still holds the rights to 13 NBA teams games and 8 NHL teams. They didn't say anything about whether they're keeping or dropping those games, which is good because the NHL season technically starts tomorrow and the NBA is in 3 weeks. Football. We got a game tonight. I'll say it again, the first of 55 consecutive nights with football. 55 in a row. Next night without a football game is the night before Thanksgiving. Soak it up. Bucs and Falcons in Atlanta. Atlanta, a 1.5-point favorite, over under a 43.5. Vegas basically saying, give or take a half a point, 22-21 Atlanta. Bet it. 8:15 Amazon. Dolphins. Oh, the hits just keep on coming. Jalen Phillips out for the year, season-ending knee surgery.
Man, you feel for that guy.
Yeah.
Worked so hard to get back and got back early and then hurts his knee. It's just terrible.
So, did coming back early lead to this, or is it just, hey, he plays football and this stuff happens?
I think it's B, by the way.
I do as well. But if you want to dump on the Dolphins, you can grab storyline A and run with it. NASCAR. We talked about it a moment ago. Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin's race team, 23 XI Racing, along with Front Row Motorsports, 2 of the 15 race teams involved in NASCAR, sued NASCAR yesterday in federal court in Charlotte, suing NASCAR and chairman Jim France specifically for antitrust violations, unfairly binding teams to the series, its tracks, and its suppliers. Quote, the France family and NASCAR are monopolistic bullies, unquote.
Bully. I mean, I love the quote.
But, it sounded like, fourth grader on the playground until they threw in the word monopolistic. Okay. Because it's really difficult to have that, whiny, you guys are just monopolistic bullies. And everybody looks around and goes, what did he say? I got the bullies part. What was that word? So, yeah, there you go. By the way, the NASCAR playoffs still going on. Is Denny Hamlin still in them? Or did he get? I don't think he didn't get knocked out 2 weeks ago. That was Keselowski and Truex and what have you. I'm pretty sure Hamlin's still in the playoffs. Bubba Wallace isn't. All right. Who's the other featured driver on the Hamlin Jordan race team? But Hamlin's still in.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. Which, by the way, don't you have to right now? If you're a casual sports fan, or even if you're a hardcore NASCAR fan, don't you have to root for? This is kind of like when the NFL and the Raiders were suing each other, and Pete Rozelle had to hand the Lombardi Trophy over to Al Davis, okay, while they were at each other's throat and in court. I mean, don't you have to root now? And I'm not a Denny Hamlin guy.
Not many people are, David.
No. But there's a part of me now that wants Denny Hamlin to win the Cup Series and have Jim France and NASCAR have to hand it to him in Phoenix in about 6 weeks. That would be spectacular. That'd be a picture for the courtroom. We'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit A. Anyway, they made it official yesterday. Karl Anthony Towns to the Knicks for Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, and a first-round pick. There's like 4 other players involved, 3 from the Knicks, 1 from the Charlotte Hornets, I think, to make it official, and the Knicks to keep under the second apron, and it's confusing. But that's basically the guts of the deal. And for what it's worth, in basketball, Atlanta fired their head coach in the WNBA, Tanisha Wright, after 3 years. She replaced our good friend Nikki Collin, who went to Baylor. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I really think we need an outro for you.
That's fine. That's fine.
I just feel it's such a good segment. You do such a good job. It is our sports page, of which you put a lot of work into it, and then you mock yourself at the end of it.
I'm not mocking the segment. At least
you're
I don't
mocking
think I am.
yourself.
Yeah, I am. I'm mocking myself. Like I'm not deserving of mockery.
Well, not after that segment. I mean, if we want to do it Friday after you make your picks, then there's a point of mocking.
So, in other words, if there's another segment later today in which you go, man, you were just a joke, you could end the segment by saying, and that was the second segment in our 8 o'clock hour. Here on
big story you didn't need to know.
Well played, sir. Well played. So, how about that? 3 of the final 4 in the American League are from the AL Central. Some new blood. And
Just
Fox
what baseball wanted. Houston out of it, Baltimore out of it.
Right.
Well, I don't think they cared so much in Kansas City, Baltimore, but they wanted Houston to win.
They did. They wanted a Houston Yankees ALCS.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Yep.
Big markets, history.
Yep.
Fans are into it.
And now Major League Baseball is rooting so hard for the Yankees against the Royals. So hard. Oh, my goodness, hard. And let's be honest, Major League Baseball would prefer the Mets to win tonight over Milwaukee.
Damn right.
Mets and Phillies have never played in a playoff series.
But that would be two. If the Mets were to pull this off, Mets, Phillies, Padres, Dodgers, that's two pretty damn good National League series right there.
And rivals. I mean, for those, the Phillies hate the Mets. If you've been a Philly, okay, when you get traded, like Rhys Hoskins is now with Milwaukee, okay, the Phillies slogan above all else is F the Mets. Okay, and the Phillies were following the Brewers into a city earlier this year. Rhys Hoskins left them a note on the board, and at the bottom of the note it said, "Oh yeah, F the Mets." Okay, I mean, so yes, Padres, Dodgers. If it's Mets, Phillies, got some drama.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Steve, MLB Network. No, it's not dead. Are you talking about the network itself or what they're trying to put together? Yeah, Barstool Sleeper. I have no idea why they can't. Don't want to end the blackouts. Well, I do know because they want to form their own entity where they would end the blackouts, but it would all be under their umbrella and they would make the money. Yes. No. Okay.
Of course they can win this weekend against the Raiders.
Where is it? Okay, okay. Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Thursday of October. What a great time to be alive. Baseball playoffs beginning tonight, 55 consecutive nights of football. That's right. A game every night. Although there's a chance, and I wonder, because Fox just made an announcement, Mark, if the National League Division Series goes 5 games, Game 5 will be a week from tomorrow night. Well, that's college football. That's Friday night football. And now Fox just said, yeah, it's Northwestern and somebody. And they just said, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Big Ten. If the Phillies and whoever go 5, we're going to televise that game. Whew.
Where are they going to send the football to? FS1?
I don't know. I mean, you would think they would televise it, right?
I would think they would almost have to. I would be livid if I were the Big Ten and I'm being told one of my games is not being televised, let alone it's not being televised. I mean, I'm already upset that it's not being televised nationally.
Well, maybe it gets moved
over the air network.
Right. Maybe it gets moved to the Big Ten network. Fox owns 60% of that.
I know. But where would you rather be, FS1 or the Big Ten network?
FS1, of course. I want Big Fox, though. Which, by the way, the Washington-Rutgers game did a decent number. This just in, people seem to like live sports if it's remotely competitive and remotely meaningful. And since Rutgers is still undefeated and Washington played for the Natty last year, people were like, it's a Friday night. Missus didn't want to.
Oh, sorry, David. Do you know that Washington's a 2.5-point favorite over Michigan?
Michigan can't throw the ball.
I got you.
I mean, listen, how would you feel about Michigan if they had ruled the onside kick correctly? I mean, Minnesota was in field goal range. That game's at least going overtime, you figure, although the Minnesota kickers already missed a kick.
I watched the Mississippi guy miss a kick that he's supposed to. I mean, there's a little something to a college guy having to make an extra kick. So,
but you know, they were the last third of the game. They were kind of wearing Michigan down offensively. They were moving the ball, but I think they would have at least gone to overtime, and blown like a 3-score lead in the process to the Gophers at home. I mean, this Michigan team, I think, is pretty limited. Don't get me wrong, Mark. They could still go 9-3, and their 3 losses could be Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State. And you stick your chest out and go, "Oh, we lost half our team, and went 9-3, and the 3 teams we lost to are all in the top 10."
David, I everything you say, I am on board with. Washington was supposed to be. I mean, they lost everybody.
They did, and new staff and everything. Yes.
And for Washington to be a 2.5-point favorite, that just looks a little odd to me. Last week, I wasn't smart enough to play BYU that I told you all week. Why is this BYU Baylor line what it is? And my dumbass didn't play it when I made my picks on Friday.
Dumbass.
Thank you.
I just thought if you were chastising yourself, it was a freebie.
It was and is.
Which 2.5-point spread are you more surprised with? UCF by 2.5 in the Swamp, Washington by 2.5 at home against Michigan.
Man, oh man, that's a great question.
Could be our poll question. That's
we
if
still
we're
do
still
those?
doing those. When we want. All right, this week, not so much.
You know what we need for the poll question? A sponsor to force us to put one up every day.
We really do.
So,
and it won't take much. Tell you what, $10.
Just stop it.
Well,
it's the real business here.
It's 10 more bucks than we're getting now.
I'm going to punch you right in the nose the next time I see if you keep this up.
Okay, how about $10 a show then? How about $10 an hour of the show? No? I mean, that's
you're about to be on your own for the day.
Don't do that to me. I can't get us on the air.
I know. I did just walk out to the parking lot to get something out of my truck during the last break, and I thought to myself, what would David do if I just decided one day to not come back? Leave his mic on and just say, "David, your mic's on. I'm gone. You got until 10."
It would be something if the computer fired the music, and me, I'd just start talking, figuring, well, Mark's on a bathroom break. He'll be back. And then I know what time we're supposed to go to break, so I'd stop and see whether or not the computer fired. I figure at some point I'd be done, but, maybe not. Hey, you and I have done a lot of play-by-play. We know how to fill. But things go horribly awry, and it's kind of like, you got to stretch. Fill. I'm sorry, what?
The Zamboni broke.
Right. The worst was in between games of a doubleheader when you were supposed to throw it back to the studio and they're going to fill for a half an hour. And then somebody calls in sick, something goes wrong, and it's kind of like, hey, you're going to have to fill on site. What are you talking about? I need to eat. Okay. No.
Now, have you ever done you did some high school football, right?
Oh,
play-by-play?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite sport to do play-by-play for? You've done all 4 of the majors. I've never done baseball. I've never done football. I've done basketball and hockey, and my love is hockey, so that was my favorite to broadcast. What was your favorite to broadcast?
Well, the sport I've done the most is basketball. But, I only did a little bit of hockey. It's a thrill. I mean, it really is, because, especially radio. You are the eyes and ears, and there's a lot of detail. It's such a challenge. I got tapped on the shoulder in an emergency situation. You had been fired a few months earlier, and you had set up the TV radio Everblade simulcast. And for whatever reason, when they were in the Kelly Cup finals in 2005, the simulcast didn't work. And I was on site doing my afternoon show, and they I was literally in a suite having nachos with my mom and one of my best college friends. And my phone rang and they're like, yeah, our simulcast isn't working. Can you set your equipment back up and do the game? I'm like, excuse me? So from the suite, I set the equipment up and did the middle 3 games of the Kelly Cup Finals. I'm like, well, first I need a roster. I mean, I know the Blades, but I really don't know the Trenton Thunder all that well.
So here they come and there they go with the opposition.
Well, listen, it was kind of like Michael Kay doing the Tigers Astros yesterday. Wow.
I'm glad I didn't listen. You know, I played golf yesterday. I took it easy on my riding partner and did not put the play-by-play on. I was intently watching my phone. It was 0-0 when I got up to the clubhouse and then made them change it over, but they don't put volume on. So I was just watching the game with a couple of guys.
It was.
It sounds like I made the right move.
Yeah. He should not. Listen. He's got the connections with ESPN and the whole New York thing and what have you. And they make him one of their 4 baseball play-by-play guys. He should not be. There are so many people available. I mean, they really are. To pick Michael Kay, that's ridiculous. He was terrible yesterday. He did not know half the names. So the ball be hit to somebody, didn't know who it was. Okay. Guys rounding third, scoring, didn't know who the base runner was. Okay. He is safe. And then he's got to go scurrying for the name. It's unbelievable.
Particularly in baseball when you keep your own book.
Right. Oh, it's real simple. I mean,
like I think baseball is the easiest sport to do the play-by-play of the game, the hardest sport to do play-by-play of because there's so much fill time, so much information you have to have. Doing the game, that seems relatively not easy, but you know what I'm saying, David.
No, I know what I mean, I will say, and listen, you were outstanding at hockey. Okay. And you think I'm really good at baseball. If I am, I think one of the reasons is because I've done sports talk for 30 years. You're used to filling. You know how to tell stories. You have, I'm fortunate enough, worked in 5 different markets and, have a few experiences. I've got a few stories to tell. And you and I got to know the teams that we were broadcasting. When you do, you've got stuff to tell. You do. The challenging part, though, is remembering what's on the record and what's off the record. That, I got to be brutally honest, that's the toughest. Wait a minute. Where were we when he told me this? Oh, no, I can't use that.
I used to always, with the hockey teams early in the season, take a few of the veterans out on the first road trip, pay for everything. Everybody'd get a little loose.
Sure.
And I would never talk about it. And it was just my way of saying, I'm going to need you guys at some point.
Right. But you can trust me.
You can trust me
right.
to not talk about what we talked about at the Tobacco Room in Richmond, Virginia.
But now that you're on Miller and Moulton, Mark, what happened at the Tobacco Room in Richmond, Virginia?
There'll be nothing that I will say about that incident ever. And a few others.
Come on, that was a lifetime ago.
Not to mention Baton Rouge, but that's another story in and of itself.
Well, I can only imagine Baton Rouge.
Bars are open later there.
And the casino's right next to the arena.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is.
I was going to say, come on now. I spent a little time in the BR myself.
Good old Red Stick.
Miller and Moulton. But man, some big stories yesterday. I mean, the baseball playoffs, do you know this is the 3rd year they've done the best of 3 wild card round? Do you know tonight's game 3 will be only the 2nd one? We've had 12 series. 10 of them were sweeps. The only 2 to go to a game 3, Mets Padres 2 years ago, Mets Brewers this year. I find that interesting. 10 sweeps out of 12.
Fascinating. But that's not the big baseball story. As you mentioned, it's the Diamond Sports saying that they're going to dump everybody that they work with.
11 of the 12 teams. They're keeping the Braves. But Guardians, Royals, Tigers, Twins, Brewers, Cardinals, Reds, Angels, Rangers, Rays, Marlins.
Cardinals.
Cardinals.
I mean, that's
also
one of the premier franchises in the league to me.
Also, Tigers, Twins. Do you know how big your I mean, Those are big states and big regions to televise your games. I can't imagine you can't make money on doing Tigers and Twins games. But Bally said, nope, we're done with them.
And they are scrambling now to see if they're going to get an over-the-air network, to see what they work out for next year's baseball season.
And financially, how much are certain teams' payrolls going to go down? Twins, because of their dispute with Bally's, cut $30 million off their payroll for this season. Just ask their fan base. Miller and Moulton, Brad Gillie in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Brad Gillie will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time because Michael Jordan is suing NASCAR in federal court. They are, quote, monopolistic bullies, unquote. And there are many an NBA team and player from a bygone era that's laughing hysterically, going, Michael Jordan calling someone else in sports a bully. I'll be damned. He bullied us for 15 years.
And that's just his teammates that are talking that way. Never mind the Knicks, the Pacers, a few others. Cleveland, the entire Western Conference. The Pistons in the end, he got his due there. But certainly his teammates. 21,000's the text line, 21000 if you want to chime in on the show. We did have a NASCAR text a while back, David, that I thought was interesting. It said if a Formula One team sued Formula One, they'd be thrown out so fast because there are so many groups and manufacturers that want in. Not sure NASCAR could replace a good team with another competitive team.
Well, if you're NASCAR, do you care? I mean, if you're NASCAR, can we do without Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, and Bubba Wallace? Can we do without that race team? Yeah, we can do without it. Dale Earnhardt died. NASCAR continued. Now, we could debate whether or not it's as popular, okay? But, I mean, come on. Like, NASCAR couldn't do without Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, and Bubba Wallace.
Oh, they could. And you think they should kick them out?
Listen, to me, this is really simple. If you were Jim France, I would be saying to you, listen, are you going to give an inch on this or not? Or are you going to risk the empire? Because they're coming after the empire. They want to fundamentally change how it is we've done business since Daytona Beach in 1949. All right? They want to change it. They think that we're monopolistic bullies. They want this to be more like the other sports where we share 50% of the revenue. Okay. And this is where you start cackling hysterically. Okay. And so, to me, the only penalty that can come if they kick them out of the sport next year. And by the way, Jeffrey Kessler, their attorney, and Michael Jordan, and not just the 23XI race team, but also Front Row Motorsports, the two race teams that didn't sign the charter agreement and are suing NASCAR in federal court. So their contract runs out at the end of this year. They know legally NASCAR can kick them out of the sport next year and go, you don't have a charter, you can't race. And they are trying to get a temporary injunction to allow to continue to race while this is settled.
What I think is most interesting, we'll talk to Brad about it coming up here in a couple of minutes, but when this does go to federal court, David, the one thing most of us don't know, and by most of us, I think it's all of us, is just how much money there is in NASCAR, how it's divided up. How much money, do you know how much drivers are making?
No. And NASCAR and the race teams have gone to great lengths to keep that secret. And Jordan and Kessler said yesterday in their finding that this is what Florida State, the people who think Florida State is winning in the battle with the ACC is because of discovery. Okay, whether they're actually winning in court, but they're getting stuff revealed. Okay, they've already proven that the ACC has not been 100% on the up and up with the facts in their past media dealings. And that's why the people that are following it closely think Florida State's actually winning here. They're doing real damage to the ACC. And that's certainly, if NASCAR can't get this suit thrown out, they're going to do real damage to NASCAR because they're at the very least going to lay out how they've been doing business and all the money. The race teams know. Well, I actually don't think they fully know.
I don't think they fully know. You know, this is like the sweet money in the NFL. There's certain dollars that, yeah, the players have a good idea of what the revenue is of the league, but not all of the revenue. The team still controls some of their own. So that's where I think this would be fascinating to me because, you know, at first I tried to compare this to a live PGA thing. But NASCAR is so different that they own all the racetracks.
Well, and they own a little more than half of the tracks. It's them and somebody else that own the tracks. But yeah, they do the big stuff at their tracks.
So that's the part of this that fascinates me is just the, as you mentioned, the discovery, like with Florida State and the ACC, what's going to come out on the table, what's going to come out in the wash when this does go to federal court, and how closely the other teams who didn't sue will be paying attention to this. Because by all accounts, they're on the side of Michael Jordan.
Well, the other 13 teams, they've all just about gone publicly and said, yeah, we signed the take it or leave it offer 2 weeks ago because we felt like if we didn't, we'd be kicked out of the sport. So that's the power that NASCAR has. This is a 2-year negotiation. These race teams have been unhappy with NASCAR. They're like, listen, we can't make a lot of money because of the way you run things. We're having trouble paying our bills. All right, you've got to cut us a break. And NASCAR was only willing to go so far. And the race teams, I mean, there wasn't a single race team that publicly anyway said that they were fine with the deal they signed. Those that commented publicly were like, we felt it was take it or leave it or we were done.
So that's the off the field stuff. Between baseball and NASCAR, there is a lot going on off the field.
Wow was yesterday a monster business and sports day. Monster. Oh, yeah, the baseball playoffs continue to deliver. How about the AL Comedy Central, huh?
The AL Comedy. Look at you, Comedy Central. There's nothing comedic about it.
Well, there was. Did you see the White Sox play this year? Did you see how the Twins finished? All right.
It was a horror show. It wasn't a comedy.
That's a good. I don't know. Was it such a horror show that it became a dark comedy?
I don't know. The White Sox certainly don't count as a dramedy. There's no way. The Twins maybe a little bit.
So, but 3 of the final 4 in the AL are from the Central, not the big bad vaunted AL East, not the Astros from the West, not Seattle, who had the best pitching in baseball. You know, it was interesting. So the team with the best pitching this year was the Mariners. They edged the Braves ever so slightly. Missed the playoffs. The team that scored the most runs, Arizona, who won more games than last year when they went to the World Series, missed the playoffs. It was a fascinating baseball season. I know many of you took it off. And you're just like started in the last 48 hours going, hey, wow, this baseball season's kind of cool.
Certainly made me enjoy the wild card.
So do you like the best of 3, though? I like when Houston.
You know I love best of 3s.
Well, but, and I asked that, I know your team just won one, but when Houston scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th, and, you know, they weren't far away from handing the ball to Hader, you're staring at game 3 on the road where they've got the better pitching matchup to start the game than you. I mean, you know, you're 15 minutes away from this series is now starting to look like it's getting away from us.
No, but I love the idea of the best of 3. I like the urgency that it provides in a series. I thought, yeah, you know, one, if these are best of 5s, yesterday doesn't have nearly the type of drama that it did for all the games that are involved.
Agreed.
And we only get 1 game 3, which is a little disappointing, but I'll take the 1 game 3 and the urgency of game 2 in all of those series. Miller and Moulton. Brad Gillie to talk about the NASCAR and their lawsuit with Michael Jordan. That's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The NASCAR guests are the politest guest on the phone of any guest. Bob's that way. Brad's always that way. All of them. They're just so nice.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Roy Cummings at the top of the hour to preview the Bucs tonight against the Falcons. Dr. Roto, 1 hour from now, to answer all your fantasy football questions. JP Shadrick will kick off the final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, talking about the Jags, the only winless team in the league, and where they go from here. But we're going to ask Brad Gillie of Performance Racing Network, PRN Live, SiriusXM NASCAR Radio. Follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Where does NASCAR go from here? Brad, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. I always love talking to y'all.
Well, first off, and we follow the sport, but we don't know every nook and cranny. Has anyone ever sued NASCAR at this level before?
No. I don't think I can definitively say not at this level for sure.
All right. Now that Front Row Motorsports and Michael Jordan's group are suing, how dangerous is this for NASCAR if this goes to federal court and they lose? What is the ultimate that could happen?
Well, I don't think this is dangerous for NASCAR. It's a potential game changer for the way the sport goes. And, what they have filed is an antitrust lawsuit and basically saying that, they're accusing NASCAR of having non-competitive practices and the way the charter system works and all of that. And, maybe it changes the way things happen. Maybe, it gets settled out of court. Maybe it goes to a jury trial and a jury says, NASCAR created the sport 75 years ago. You don't have to participate in it if you don't want to. And these are the rules and the way they've established the game. So a lot of different scenarios can happen. The lawyer that they hired is the same lawyer who has represented the NCAA and now what is getting players paid, represented the U.S. women's national team in soccer, represented the NBA and the NFL with collective bargaining things. So there's a lot of experience behind what they do. And, with this being such an unprecedented thing, look, NASCAR has always said, hey, here is the sport we created. Bill France Sr., you go back to the late 1940s and, people were racing all around the country and promoters weren't paying, teams and drivers and different things like that, and said, let's organize a league of racing. And for the last 3/4 of a century, they have run this league and grown it to what it is today. So to change what's happened over the last 75 years, that may be a pretty big undertaking, but it's one that they're willing to try.
In a way, Brad, isn't this funny, ironic funny in this sense? I mean, NASCAR's always been a dictatorship. It's just a matter of how benevolent it was run, right? I mean, it's always been run. However, the France family saw things, that's how the sport was run. I mean, in a way, yeah, no kidding. We've all joked over the years, this is how this league is run.
Right. And look, NASCAR is not the only professional motorsports series that's out there that's running in the USA. There are plenty of other ones. So, they're talking about the non-competitiveness being specific to stock car racing, but there are other forms of motorsports and a lot of different things out there. And in a lot of ways, that's one of the things that people have talked about for years, including the competitors, that, you sort of need that final decision. You need that that person saying, look, this is the way the rules are going to be enforced. This is the way it's going to be. And with Michael Jordan and the group that he has sort of coming in here really just a couple of years ago, so they're new to this as a team. This sport is not run the way other sports are. You can't draw a lot of comparisons. You take an NFL team, I'm in Dallas-Fort Worth. So for me, I look at Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. He owns the building, he owns the team, he owns this, he owns that. That doesn't work the same way because the league is one thing. The teams have always operated as independent contractors who want to show up on a given week and say, we're going to race, some of them every week, and say, we're going to race for the championship. So the teams don't own the revenue for the tickets, or they don't own that, but the people who own the buildings also don't own the teams. Things just don't work the same way in NASCAR based on just simply the way the business model works that they do in other sports. So I think it's a really hard thing to draw a comparison and say, well, in the NBA, ... or in the NFL, it's just not the same here.
We talked about it earlier. NASCAR has gone to great lengths to keep what teams make, what they make, a secret to most of us. Is there any fear of disclosure through this of, kind of finding out how the sausage is made, if you know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, that one's a hard thing to say. I can't speak for them. And I know a lot of the things that have come out that you've heard since this suit was filed yesterday, or at least since we found out about it yesterday, where they talk about this or talk about that. I'm thinking that's kind of the way every business runs. These are things that are in a lot of contracts that businesses have. And I don't know that, anybody out there in any business wants to necessarily disclose what their expenses or what the revenues are or anything like that. Unless you're the one wanting more, then you're going to say, well, I'm not getting enough. And I think that holds true with everything. So I'm sure there is something to that says, hey, look, we don't need to disclose what our private business is, but does any business ever want to do that? I don't know anyone that does.
Brad Gillie, Performance Racing Network, pre and post SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. You mentioned that Jordan is pretty new to NASCAR, so is Front Row Motorsports. Do you think that that's probably who it would have taken to do this, that a lot of the other race teams, they've got heritage, generations involved in the sport, and while they may not always be happy with how the France family runs things, Mr. Childress was not going to sue NASCAR. If even Joe Gibbs, it's been 30 years, not going to sue NASCAR. It probably would have taken some newcomers, some quote outsiders to sue NASCAR.
I think so. I mean, because that's the way it's worked. And, Front Row's been around for a little while, but they kind of had a relationship with 2311, the team owned by Denny Hamlin and Jordan, because originally they were going to sell the charters to two of their teams to them. And the owner of Front Row, Bob Jenkins, ultimately decided, you know what, we're not going to sell you these charters because we want to stay in the sport and we want to see how all of this pans out. But yeah, I think it takes something like that, or at least someone coming in and saying they're not satisfied. It seemed like, a lot of other people were kind of happy. I mean, you look at Justin Marks, who's been in the sport for a while, but is new to the ownership side of it with Trackhouse, a team which is co-owned by Pitbull. And Justin Marks says, look, did we get everything we wanted in the negotiations? No. But does anybody ever? But he says, I'll tell you what, the way this new charter agreement works, this is a business model that I can build a team around. And, so for him, he says, hey, look, we can do this. We can make this work. And Justin Marks owns teams in other series as well, including MotoGP and so on. So for a lot of the owners, for all but two, they've said we can run a business this way with this type of agreement. So 2311 and Front Row have said, well, we want more. We want something a little bit different. So that's why we are where we are today.
And they didn't sign their charters. So what ultimately, could France kick them out? And do you think that's something that legitimately could happen?
Well, a couple of things. The charters for this year expire, I guess midnight, December 31st or midnight, whatever, 11:59, December 31st. But they have also filed an injunction to say, we want to be able to run next year because I don't think anyone expects this to necessarily be resolved if it all goes all the way through the courts between now and the end of December. They filed an injunction to ask a judge to say that they can race next year under the new charter agreement. So that would allow them to still race under that agreement without actually having signed the charters. And I was watching something from their lawyer earlier today. He was on a podcast, one of Dale Jr.'s podcasts that he has with his network. And he said, you know what, if we don't get granted the injunction, then they're going to run as an open team. And you can run as an open team in the sport. There are 4 available spots each week to run as an open team, which that would complicate things a little bit because both 2311 and Front Row will have 3 teams each next year. But if you run as an open team, you're just not getting the same type of revenue from the purse that's paid out with each week's race.
Brad, my final question is privately, secretly, the other 13 teams. Do you think they called up Front Row and Michael Jordan yesterday and said, hey, we can't publicly support you, but way to go? Or do you think they're shaking their head in the garage looking at one another going, yeah, that was a mistake?
Look, I can't speak for them. I think, I would think if it was me, I'm just sitting on the sidelines like everyone else who's watching this from the outside with a wait and see approach, and whatever the ultimate outcome of this is going to impact them. I'm sure, if there's more that they get out of it, I would imagine that's going to get spread out through all of the teams as well. But, if you're not involved, you're not involved. So for me, I would at least keep it arm's length. And if it was me, I would look at it and be very interested as to what ultimately turns out with this.
Well, things are interesting at Talladega. And the pre-race is going to be even more interesting after the developments yesterday. Brad, safe travels. Continue to do a great job, and thanks for being so accommodating to us over the years.
Yeah, thanks, David. Mark, appreciate both of you guys as always.
Brad Gillie, Performance Racing Network. He does pre and post on the SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. And you can follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Nice of him in Dallas to do that interview at a little after 6:30 local time.
I'm appreciative of every guest that comes on the show, but I am the one who calls the guest now because I have been anointed the producer of the show when Trent left a while back. So I will call them before. There is nobody politer and nicer to talk to than the NASCAR guys. A lot of the football guys are in the morning. Hello. You're damn near waking them up.
Right.
And I like Chris Perkins. He's great. He knows the call's coming. He's like, hey, man, what's up? How you doing? He's always excited. But Brad was just genuinely pleasant to talk to this morning. And it just seems it's always that way with the NASCAR guys.
I did enjoy, he darn near broke out in laughter when I sheepishly asked the first question. Hey, we follow this sport, but maybe we missed something over the years. Anybody ever sued them before? And he darn near started cackling. Okay, he just starts chuckling, going, no.
No, sir. Haven't had that direct answer since you asked a caller if they killed a guy, David.
No, sir. That was the direct quote there, and that was pretty much Brad Gillie's quote.
Yes, it
Anybody
was.
ever sued NASCAR before? No, sir. I don't think he said sir, though.
No, he didn't.
All right. No, listen, no reason to hold me in that high regard. That is for sure. So, all right. One of the 2 major sports business stories from yesterday. Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin's race team, along with Front Row Motorsports, suing NASCAR in federal court. They're monopolistic bullies. They want a bigger piece of the pie.
That's right. Michael Jordan called someone else a bully.
Cleveland Cavalier, Indiana Pacer, New York Knicks, Utah Jazz fans are just shaking their head going, really? Really? That is rich.
When you started to ask, do you think privately, I thought you were going to say, did any Bulls call Jordan and say, you're really calling someone else a bully, huh?
Bill Cartwright on line 1. Michael, you going to take this
Herb
call?
with a word with you.
Right. Scottie Pippen, okay, on line 1. Mike, you want to talk? No? And the other big story that Diamond Sports Group They're the ones that own the Bally's regional cable networks, and they went to bankruptcy court, which is where they've been for about a year and a half now. And they looked at the judge in Major League Baseball and said, yeah, we've got the rights to 12 teams. And to be honest with you, we're dumping 11 of them. We're not interested. Unless they want to renegotiate. Half of their contracts expire at the end of this season. The other half have another year to go. They want to lower how much money we have to give them. We'll talk to them. But basically, we're keeping the Braves and, well, the other 11 teams. Knock yourself out. And included in that list, the Cardinals.
Right.
They dumped the St. Louis Cardinals.
Right. They just put them on Poor Street.
I mean,
the St. Louis Cardinals went from being, I don't know about Park Place Boardwalk, but they were one of the green tiles on Monopoly, if you know what I mean. And they just became that purple thing when you pass go.
You know, Rays, Marlins, and, you know, there's a lot involved here also. Like Bally's hires the television announcers in most cases. So now it will be interesting that these teams, if they strike their own deals, like the Rays, for example, the Rays hire their radio guys. Bally's pays Dwayne Statz and Brian Anderson. So will the Rays continue to use those TV announcers? Never mind if they'll continue to pay what Bally's is paying. Or will they pay more? Who knows? But anyway, 11 baseball teams found out yesterday. Yeah, that revenue you were counting on for next year, that ain't going to happen.
The competitive advantage that the Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox have over the rest of baseball is now dramatic, David. We will switch gears and talk Bucs and Falcons with Roy Cummings. He's next on Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Roy.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Good. Good to see that you're dry, my friend.
Yes. Yeah. Just
Man.
made it.
I'm glad to hear it. I was thinking about you, and I didn't want to bother you over the weekend because if you're digging out, the last thing you need is another text from someone saying, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm like, I'll give it a few days, let it breathe, and make sure he's all right.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you thinking of us. I didn't text you guys either because I think you were out of the danger zone, but the danger zone is so ridiculously wide on this one. It's like you could have been anywhere up the East Coast and gotten hit by this thing.
Well, and I don't think anybody saw what was going to happen to North Carolina.
No. I mean, Florida's like a footnote on this thing.
I know, and it got whooped too.
Hit hard.
My in-laws home in Sarasota had about 6 inches of water in it. They're dealing with that right now. So, but we were very lucky in our neighborhood. But it's just unprecedented. We've never had anything like that.
Well, you guys have been very lucky because you're so, you're 4 inches above ground. If you had all the storms that have just missed you, you hadn't got. I mean, Mark and I have been in Florida 25 years. We don't remember the Tampa area ever getting storm surge before. I mean, you guys are very vulnerable to storms like this.
Yeah. And this one was just like a perfect storm where the surge was like it's never been. There was high tide, full moon.
Because this is when Charlie hit Southwest Florida 20 years ago, you guys were supposed to get it. And you were not only supposed to get a Category 4, you were supposed to get the storm surge that you just got.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
And you ended up with none of it.
Right.
It turned late and went south.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just amazing how these things act sometimes. And yes, we have been very lucky. I remember somebody told me once about something about how Tampa is like perfectly situated. It's like, until recently, it's never been really hit by major hurricanes. And
Roy, I moved to Fort Myers in 99, and one of the selling points was they had not been directly hit by a hurricane since 62.
Yeah.
And then we got hit in 04, and it was the first time in over 40 years because they were saying the same thing, that Southwest Florida is perfectly positioned.
Yeah. Well, nowadays, all bets are off.
You got it.
You got that right.
Yeah. All bets are off. It's a completely different environment now.
And it's like the East Coast hasn't been hit now. When they took the brunt of so many, the East Coast really hasn't been hit by anything major in quite a while.
Right?
Yeah.
The East Coast of Florida, not the East Coast.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
How about them Tigers, Roy?
Oh, baby. Aren't they fun? A fun team to watch?
Man,
they are fun. Love that team. Fearless.
They don't know any better.
No, they don't. AJ Hinch is doing a hell of a job. Talk about unconventional. The way he's working that pitching staff is unreal.
And they're young, so he can get away with it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I love watching them, man. You know what? I'm so excited for them and the Royals both being in the playoffs deeper or going another round. That's great.
So's Fox Television.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Thursday, although if you're listening in Lake City and Charlotte County, you're going, no, you're past the halfway point. This is the final hour of Miller and Moulton. Dr. Roto to join us in about 35 minutes time. Hold off a little bit longer before you start submitting your fantasy football questions. JP Shadrick to join us 1 hour from now to talk all things Jags, but we're going to go the other end of the spectrum. We're going to talk about a first-place team with a big division showdown tonight. Roy Cummings joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, American Paint Supplies. Roy, the Bucs, Thursday night, quick turnaround, on the road, big game, though, Atlanta.
Yeah, big test. I mean, hey, let's face it, this is the test everybody was waiting to see. Who's the better team in the NFC South? Is it Tampa? Is it Atlanta? There's one camp that believes Atlanta's a better team. Obviously, there's another one that believes Tampa's the better team. we'll find out more tonight because this is as good a showdown as we're going to see early on.
To go back quickly, though, coming off of the dud that was the Broncos, what a complete game they played last week. It's a Thursday game. It's a quick turnaround, but confidence can't be any higher for the Bucs right now.
Yeah, I got to believe that because you're right. I mean, they really had a dud against Denver, but then they come out against the Eagles. Look, not an easy team to beat. Maybe they're not as strong as we thought they were, but at the end of the day, the Eagles are the Eagles. That's a darn good football team, and that was another good test of the Buccaneers, a replay of their playoff game. And you know what? It looked just like the playoff game the last time around. So, yeah, I think the Bucs are playing with extreme confidence. I think they're starting to figure out some things about how they want to run the team offensively in particular. Defensively, they've got some issues. They've got some serious issues there with injuries and what that's allowing them and not allowing them to do. But offensively, I think they're figuring some things out, and I think it's working out really well for them.
All right, before we get to the defensive side of the ball, what is it that you think 4 games in? Well, there are a lot of people in the NFL who believe that the first 4 games is still a figuring out process. Now, fortunately, the Bucs figured it out while going 3-1. What is it you think they have figured out offensively that, okay, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do from here?
Well, I think they figured out that they, right now, without Luke Gillie and maybe even with him, they can't give Baker Mayfield a whole lot of time. Well, not that they can't. They aren't giving him a whole lot of time to throw. That's number one. So I think they've figured out that they're having to, kind of ditch the long pass, which is unfortunate, but they're having to kind of be a dink and dunk offense and just kind of get the ball out quickly and get it into the hands of the playmakers. I think they figured that out. I think they figured out a better way to use Rachaad White. They're getting him out in space more often, which to me is just critical. I think they figured out that they've got some depth at receiver, obviously with Trey Palmer, McMillan, Sterling Shepard. I mean, they've got some depth there. And they barely even scratched the surface with Mike Evans, it seems. And I think they've realized that they have a weapon in Bucky Irving. I think they feel like this team is as full of weapons as any team that they've had in recent memory. The names have changed a little bit, but this is a deep team in terms of weapons, and I think they realize and know now that they can use any of those guys. They can get the ball in the hands of any of those guys, including Cade Otton, and make plays and keep the ball moving forward and move the chains.
And the Bucky Irving thing, I'm right there with you. The only problem I see is you already mentioned the line's a little banged up, that they can't really power run the way that I think that they would like to with him, because he is a weapon that can go between the tackles, and I don't know how good the Bucs are right now running between the tackles.
That's such a great point because you're right. They're not that strong, and you don't want to wear them out either, especially on a hot day. It won't be a problem tonight, obviously, but on a hot day like last week, that can really wear down the offensive line as well. So they've got to protect late if you're behind, so you got to keep that in mind. But the good news is I think right now it's about an even split between Bucky Irving and Rachaad White in terms of who's getting the carries. I don't think that's going to change. There's a bit of a buzz about how maybe pretty soon Bucky Irving's going to take over as the lead back here, and that may happen. But I still think we're at least one injured player coming back away from that in Luke Gillie, and maybe even more. As long as they continue to work these guys evenly in terms of snaps and continue to get the effectiveness, I think they'll probably stick with that. There's no reason to change that up because, let's face it, they both deserve to be on the field, and Rachaad White just gives you a little bit more. I mean, in terms of getting him out in space, he can be devastating out there, just devastating.
Roy Cummings, talking Tampa Bay Bucs. Follow him on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. Roy joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right, defensively, do you think the issues are merely because of injuries, or do you think now the issues are because of, I don't know if some of these guys are good enough?
I think it's injuries. Look, do I think they're going to be an elite pass rush team with everybody healthy? No. They're still going to have to blitz, but I think they're a lot better than they are right now. Look, guys, we saw Kalijah Cansey last year. He was in the backfield every play. Vita Vea, even not healthy, not 100%, is still a weapon. So that's important. I like what Yaya Diaby's doing. I like the way, KJ Britt's playing. They're blitzing Levante David a lot more, which I think is kind of an important factor. Look, he's such a great downhill player, and it's kind of almost like a a secret weapon because they don't use it that often. But I think that's going to be a part of the key. But I think the talent is there. I don't think they have to make any major changes, but they've got to work. They've got to be better.
Don't you think that's smart, though, that's Todd Bowles, a veteran defensive coach, knowing that Levante David, who's still a terrific player, but to ask him to continue to go sideline to sideline. It was kind of like Ronnie Lott later in his career. Defensive coordinators moved him up closer to the line of scrimmage. You don't have to cover as much ground. Go attack the point of attack. I feel as if the Bucs are doing that with Levante now, saying, listen, we're going to ask you to not run as far anymore. We're going to ask you to go after people at the line of scrimmage more.
Yeah, and I think that's because the people around him now have the ability to fill the space that he used to fill. And the other thing is you're right. I don't know that, that's exactly what the Bucs have said. It's like, hey, it's easier for you to just go north-south here on this. But I do say that I do believe this. If the pass rush isn't effective, and it's on a scale of 1 to 10, it's been about a 2 or a 3 lately, you've got to blitz. And if you're going to blitz, you know who your best blitzer is right now? It's always been Levante David. So, you can't throw him out there every time, but he's going to get there. And he just finds space. And he finds that avenue and that hole, and he gets through it, and he's exceptional at it. So yeah, I think it's why I kind of call it a secret weapon, because they haven't used, they don't use him a lot, but when he comes, boy, he usually gets there, and that's why I think they've been using him, because the line up front just hasn't been able to do it by themselves.
Well, they're going to have to do it tonight. Is the way the line's already banged up. I mean, you want to move Kirk Cousins off his spot. We all know that. If he can stand there and deliver, the guy's an effective quarterback. So I would think they're going to have to resort to some blitzing tonight to try to move Cousins and disrupt him from finding some rhythm.
Well, not just resort to it. I think it's going to be a big part of their game plan, because right now Kirk Cousins is 27th in the league against the blitz, so getting only 5.1 yards per pass play on that. That's not good. He's not. We know he's not very mobile. So yeah, I think the Bucs are going to blitz a lot tonight. Again, they'll pick and choose. It's not going to be like they're not going to blitz 80% of the time, but they're going to throw those blitzes in there at key moments and really try to harass him. And I think that's important.
Well, and we saw what Cousins can do when you don't blitz. That final drive on the Monday night game against the Eagles, when the Eagles didn't come after him, and he shredded them in 6 plays. He went to the 70 yards and won the game. It's a little thing, but the Bucs had played 3 of their first 4 at home. This will be Atlanta's 4th home game. 5 games into the season. This would not only the standings, but, in Atlanta's case, if Tampa wins, the Falcons are going to play most of the rest of this season on the road.
I thought about that last weekend watching the Bucs game at home and thinking, oh my gosh, and I was thinking again, primarily about the Bucs having played, 3 games at home already. I'm thinking, son of a gun, it's going to get tougher for them here. Can they win on the road? And I think they can, but the first test comes now. But you're right. Both of these teams really kind of up against it. And that's going to be the real test of this team. Both of these teams, I think maybe that's going to determine who the champion is in this division, is who's best on the road and who can play in that noisy environment away from home. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's important. And I think the Bucs have done a pretty good job of taking advantage of the early schedule, because let's face it, they lost one they should have won against Denver. Denver may be looking a lot better now, but you still mark that one down as a victory, I think, going into the season, and they weren't able to pull it off. So tonight they've got to come back and make up for that.
Well, they're going to have to kind of do, I think, what they did against Detroit, and that's be really good in the red zone, limit Atlanta from scoring touchdowns, keep their field goal kicker on the field as opposed to getting 6. And to me, I think I don't know about you, Roy, but I think the Tampa team, particularly on offense, is built to play road games. They're versatile in what they do. Baker's a guy that's got a chip on his shoulder. It doesn't seem to bother them to go on the road.
Yeah, you're right about Baker. And again, he's become the personality of the offense. It doesn't bother him to be on the road. Look, I don't know that he feels at home anywhere yet, even in Tampa maybe, because he's been everywhere. So, and I think I think that works in the Bucs' favor. So yeah, I believe in that, and I do think that there's still more running in this team to come, and I think Liam Cohen is slowly figuring it out. Maybe they just weren't quite sure about what they had in Bucky Irving, and just wanted to make sure that they had what they hoped they had in him, and now that they realize they do, they can run it a little bit more and be a little bit more confident. Look, I was shocked last week, late in the game, when they were ahead by 2 scores plus, that, they were still trying to throw the ball in the fourth quarter, with 4 or 5 minutes left to play. I would have been trying to run the ball, run out the clock. They weren't doing it. And I'm not sure why. Maybe it had something to do with the heat. It was really ridiculously hot last week. But I would think this week, if you're ahead by anything, 7, 10, 3, you got to start running the ball a little bit more late in the game.
All right, 30 seconds. You concerned at all about Wirfs? All right, he doesn't look quite as good as he was last year, and he certainly doesn't look as good as he was at right tackle.
Yeah, look, I've never been a fan of the move of him to left tackle. I understand that that's your best lineman, that's where he's got to be. I get it. I don't think he's 100% healthy. I think he's kind of battling through something that we don't really know about, and he's given it his best shot. But you know what? Right now, I think they're so worried about the right tackle that he's just got to go out there and battle every day and give them what they got. But they got to be smart. It's one of the reasons that they're throwing the ball in a hurry and not letting Baker Mayfield sit back there in the pocket, because he doesn't have much of a pocket to work with.
Thursday night football, Bucs in Atlanta to face the Falcons, a big NFC South matchup, the first of 55 consecutive nights of football for us fans. He's Roy Cummings. He covers the Bucs. R. Cummings, FHCN. R. Cummings, FHCN, joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Roy, all the best. We'll talk again next week. Continue to enjoy the baseball playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Miller and Moulton, start sending us your fantasy football questions. Dr. Roto in 25 minutes. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, not to get bogged down on a weather conversation here, but first off, Johnny O, you're acting like I didn't live in Southwest Florida for almost 25 years. Okay, I said Donna hitting 62. She hitting 60. I'm aware of what hurricanes were, what size and what impact. Well, we were just talking with Roy about getting hit by a hurricane, storm surge. Charlie was supposed to have tremendous storm surge. It had none.
Because it was moving really fast. It was more like
Right.
a tornado than it was
Right.
a hurricane.
I mean, my wife's best friend's husband works for the National Weather Service. He called us 25 minutes before Charlie was hitting and said, evacuate. You're going to be under 5 feet of water. Get out. I'm like, there's nowhere for us to go. He's like, you're screwed. So, I mean, Charlie was smaller in size, but they were thinking it was going to bring tremendous storm surge. Thankfully, it didn't. All right. I got to start writing down questions. So can it relieve your question as a defensive question or no? Or is that just a comment? Gotcha. Well, there were two older weather guys at that time. You had Jim Reef, who was at ABC7, and you had Jim Farrell, who was at Wink, who was a big fan of our show in the afternoon.
Who's that?
Jim Farrell was. I didn't know that till he was, I think, close to retirement. We ran into one another.
My favorite Jim Farrell moment is when he went on his massive tweet bitching at NBC for
the weather
breaking in for weather updates during his game, whatever it was, the Colts.
Yep.
I think it was the Colts.
Get back to the damn football game. We get it. It's raining. And the fact it was coming from a weather guy was spectacular.
Outstanding.
He's a nice man. He's a nice man. I miss my buddy Reef. Big Philly sports fan. I ran into him at the airport right before he had the accident. We talked for a long time. He took a liking to me. It was funny. A lot of people at Waterman, he didn't talk to a lot of people. A lot of people didn't like him. I don't know. He was into sports. We hit it off right away.
No, Michael, we don't.
We still text with him.
Never heard of him.
He still he texts me every Saturday. Where are you today? By the way, somebody asked earlier, Iowa at Ohio State is our game Saturday. The following Saturday, it's Penn State at USC. Then the schedule is going to be totally up in the air. We may get Oregon, Michigan, though. We may get that, which would be kind of cool.
Is that in the big house?
It is. Michigan's home schedule this year for not having the Ohio State game. I mean, they get Texas, USC, Sparty, and Oregon.
Yeah.
It's a really good home schedule.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
You can start submitting in your questions, whether it be via the text line at 21,000. A reminder, 2 months ago, we changed the keyword. So if by chance you haven't sent us a text since late July, the keyword is Miller. Miller to 21,000 gets you through the security gate, and then that's it. You can text us to your heart's content. Or if you're following us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, watching the show every morning, submit your question in the Twitch chat room. We will ask it of Dr. Roto in a little more than 15 minutes' time.
I figured something out with the texters a little because I read every text. I don't respond to very many. Sometimes I do. Just depends on my mood. But we got a Bucs fan, who texts a lot.
Okay.
And I appreciate every single text that he sends. But he also is a Bucs homer.
Right.
And after he predicted another Bucs victory, and I'm like, do you ever think they're going to lose? But I figured out the way I have to do that is with an LOL. Because if not, I come across very snarky.
Right.
So I'm finishing all text to listeners basically with an LOL.
Can you, the smiley face, the big smiley face?
I do it via computer.
Gotcha.
There's no emojis, David.
Because I'm trying. Remember a few months ago, I was told you need to be gentle in your face?
Right.
Right. And I'm the same way, Mark. I've started looking and analyzing my texts, going, you might have to soften these up a bit. Make sure people know you're not coming at them.
Don't ever do that with me.
Well, no.
I start getting emojis from you. We've got a problem.
Well, it can be certain emojis, though.
Well played, my friend. Well played.
So 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. Submit your questions. Dr. Roto will join us in a little less than 15 minutes. So we get a game 3 tonight in baseball. And in the 3 years that they've been doing this best of 3 wild card round, this is only the second game 3. 10 of the previous 12 series have been sweeps. We got 3 teams from the American League Central. By the way, Turner, TBS has the American League playoffs. Fox has the National League playoffs. So Turner, are they big Yankee fans?
Are they ever? And out of what's left, and this isn't just, who would they want? I think they'd want Detroit.
I think so also. The Guardians, even though they've been a consistent, this 10 years now, they've been knocking on the door, but they don't have a national following. Tigers, I know I say it very often, but it's the oldest team in the American League. The Tigers have different generations. The Tigers had the moments in the 60s. The Tigers had moments in the 80s. The Tigers had moments last decade where they were from 06 through 2014. They were a consistent contender. They had their 8-9 year run, got to the World Series twice, got to like 4 LCSs. So, the Tigers have had their decades where they could pick up fans. All right. And of the 4 cities in the American League, we'll take the Yankees out of the equation. I mean, Kansas City, Cleveland, or Detroit, the biggest city amongst them is Detroit. Biggest fan base is the Tigers.
I'd love to see a Tigers-Yankees ALCS. I really would. That would fight. I mean, I know that they're considered the better team with the Royals, but anytime your team gets to take on the big bad Yankees, that's always a good thing. It really is.
National League, the Phillies are awaiting the winner of tonight's Mets-Brewers game. And the other series is set. It's Dodgers-Padres again. They don't like one another. All right. To the Padres, the Dodgers are the Death Star. All right. If and I know San Diego's hasn't had a major sports championship, pro sports championship, since the AFL days of the early 60s. But Padres fans hate the Dodgers so much that it's actually a difficult question. You could beat the Dodgers, but lose in the next round, okay? Or, you could go to the World Series without playing the Dodgers. They hate the Dodgers so much, you'd be surprised how many Padres fans, even though they've only been to 2 World Series, would put beating the Dodgers ahead of everything.
Well, and their fan base is fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, you watch. I doubt you watched, and maybe you did watch the beginning of the first game of Detroit and Houston. They ended up announcing that game as a sellout. When that game started, it was 50% full. People were just kind of filing in. It was a foregone, maybe a little bit of playoff fatigue for the Astros that they don't even get fired up until it's a divisional round. But the Padres, they were there a half hour early, and every seat was filled, and that crowd was rocking.
They were one of the first to kind of reduce capacity because remember they used to play at Jack Murphy, a football stadium, one of those 70s, multi-purpose stadiums that we built for football and baseball teams. And so they held, 60 or so thousand people. They built a baseball-only stadium for the Padres that holds 41 to 44,000. And the team and the stadium are so popular that they're probably looking at one another going, we probably could have built this sucker about 5,000 seats bigger.
Probably, but it makes it a little louder, a little more intimate, and a great atmosphere. So you're right, Padres, Dodgers, and I will say the Padres are losing their pitcher there. Musgrove.
Who pitched last night? Musgrove?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a setback.
That's a big blow, David.
They're going to need Yu Darvish now, who had fallen to no better than their number 4 starter. They're going to need Yu Darvish to come up big now against the Dodgers.
Because with Musgrove, I would have said they had a pitching edge in the series. I still think they might because the Dodgers pitching's been so depleted this year.
Yeah, I think they still have the edge, but you're right. I mean, they had a big starting pitching edge. Big. And it was diminished more than a bit last night with Musgrove and his injury. So
21,000 is the number if you want to text in your questions for Dr. Roto. He will join us in around 10 minutes time to answer all of your fantasy football questions. 21,000 on the text line, or you can join us twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton and jump in the Twitch chat room and ask your questions that way, as well as David is frantically writing down all the Twitch watchers' questions for our next segment with Dr. Roto, taking all in on the text line as well.
Well, I don't play fantasy, but it does interest me, especially since a lot of people don't like to play Thursday night players and or Monday night players. And so I'm curious, do you see tonight's game over under 43.5? Atlanta actually is scoring less than 20 points a game on average, despite a 2-2 start. I mean, do you see this game being, nothing's going to be, I think, Monday night Seattle, Detroit, but you know what I'm getting at here. Do you?
I don't, because I don't know what Roy was talking about. If Tampa can block well enough to get the ball deep to an Evans, I think it's more of a dink and duck type game, and I could see this game being 23-20, 2017, something like that.
Well, 43.5 is the over-under, so 23-20 is right there. So, just there are games that we look at the schedule and we think this is going to be high scoring, or there's going to be a lot of yards here. Listen, if you played Arizona Cardinals last week, they didn't deliver for you. They only scored 14 points against the Commanders. I mean, now the Commanders are a different story, but Arizona Cardinals didn't deliver when you thought they would. They didn't deliver against Detroit when we thought that game was going to be crazy, and Detroit decided they were going to power run the ball instead and slow the game down.
It's, by the way, 2 games in a row, Arizona's been unable to really muster much of an offense, and it's not like you can't score against Detroit or Washington.
It's also 2 games in a row in which the Lion coaching staff has said, boy, we really screwed up against Tampa because we're running the damn ball. I mean, they threw the ball 19 times and scored 42 points Monday. 19 times they threw the ball.
Now, one of them was a 70-yard strike.
Yeah. And then one of them was also a flea flicker. Miller and Moulton. Get your questions ready. Fire them in. Dr. Roto's next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond.
we promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wait, Rashad White, or is it someone else? Just making sure. Well, I will say, Canada Relief, the pitcher that the Padres got back for Soto was the one who threw the shutout ball in game 1 and struck out 12. Now, if the Yankees keep Soto, or if they go to or win a World Series this year, then Yankee fan will be okay with it. But that's one of those deals where that King guy may give the Padres 5, 6, 7 years of quality pitching.
David, help me here. I always botch this guy's last name. Pronounce Zach from Seattle's last name. Charbonnet?
I thought it's Charbonnet.
Charbonnet or Charbonnet? Charbonnet? I thought I pronounced it Charbonnet last week, and Doc came back with a different pronunciation. That's
gotcha. Why. Well, then I'll look it up.
Thank you, Deadstroke. We'll go with Charbonnet.
Phonetically spelled Charbonnet.
I've been really good because there's a texter who hates us, and I have not responded to him in a snarky way.
Thanks for listening.
In fact, you know what? That's a good one. Yes, Irish football. Yes. With that schedule, 100%. Means they're beating Oregon or Ohio State. Irish football. Come on, Doc. Don't do this to me. Come on, Doc.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour on a Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. JP Shadrick to join us coming up at the top of the hour to talk about the only winless team in the league, the Jags. Knew they had a tough early schedule, but did not think they'd be 0-4. They should at the very least be 2-2. They let a couple get away. And has the season gotten away from them? We'll talk to JP about that coming up in a bit. Hoping to catch up with Dr. Roto here to answer all your fantasy football questions. Keep submitting them. All right. And hopefully he will join us coming up in a moment or two for his weekly visit. But so how fired up are you for the Thursday night game tonight? The first of 55 straight nights of football in one form or another. Bucs, Falcons.
Probably as fired up as I've been for a Thursday night game this year, other than the opener, because it's a divisional game. It's a big game. It's a huge game for the Bucs. You think if the Bucs win this game, you can put an X next to them in the NFC South. I mean, I don't go that far, but this is obviously a big moment for the Buccaneers, especially with the point you made of the Falcons. This is being their fourth home game. You hand the Falcons another loss, you really put them in a bit of a bind, David.
Now, it's been a tough early season schedule for Atlanta. Think about who they've had to play. I mean, they opened with the Steelers. They had to go to Philadelphia. Then they had the Chiefs at home. Now they're playing back-to-back division home games. It feels as if you're a Falcons fan, you're 1-2 coming out of the Chiefs Sunday night loss, and you've got New Orleans and Tampa back-to-back at home, and you're 1-2. Aren't you kind of looking at it going, oh, we got to sweep these. We got to hold serve at home. And we're going to play a load of road games after Tampa. So we got to hold serve.
Big moment for the Bucs. They're banged up, David.
I know.
I mean, their defensive line's banged up. Palmer, I think, is out tonight as well, their third receiver. So this is a tough spot. This is where, we talk about it all the time, but this is where guys that might be available on Sunday are just not available on Thursday.
And they're going to add an extra game. I wonder, do you think they could figure out a way, probably not early in the season though, but do you think they could figure out a way if they add a game, but add an extra bye? Do you think they can figure out a way to give the teams who play on Thursday night a bye week before they play on Thursday night, so that they literally would have back-to-back games where they'd have 10 or 11 days to prepare? Because they'd play on a Sunday, say, bye week, and then play on Thursday. Oh, okay. You had 10, 11 days.
So you're talking double bye. How early would you start the bye weeks?
Well, that's just it. I don't know if this game you could do it for, because this is the first week that we're having buys, correct?
Oh.
Right. And I don't know that you can go earlier than this. I mean, that you wait till October. So I don't know that this week's game is ever not going to be affected by injuries on short notice. But if you think about it, that's only less than a handful of Thursday night games. Take the opener out of the equation, and what are we talking? We're talking the 12th, the 19th, the 26th, and now this. I mean, this is only the fourth Thursday night game where teams are coming off playing 3 days earlier.
I mean, isn't winning on the road on Thursday almost like a win and a half? I know it doesn't count that way in the standings, but it's got to feel like it, that you're getting something a little extra if you can go on the road on a Thursday and get a W, especially in a divisional game.
Especially in a divisional game. Yeah, that's why there's a part of me that thinks if the Bucs beat the Falcons today, that they now will have to concern themselves with the Saints for the NFC South. That Atlanta can still be a wild card team, but that Atlanta won't chase down the Bucs. Now that's dangerous for me to say. Tampa was 4-7 last year and had lost at home to Atlanta when they went to Atlanta last year, and they began their surge by rallying in the fourth quarter. Baker with 2 touchdown drives, 1 to give them the lead. Falcons retook the lead. Baker saved the season with a great final drive and a win, and that was the beginning of Atlanta's demise and the beginning of Tampa's resurgence. So I get it, but this just feels like, for Atlanta, this just feels like a must.
And I think because of how many home games they played, they're going to recognize that.
If you missed it earlier, this is Atlanta's 4th home game in the first 5 weeks. So do the math as to how many road games they'll be playing the rest of the way. Granted, their 1 road game this year to win into Philly and 1. Hey, by the way, you concerned about the Eagles?
Absolutely. I mean, get their receivers back first and let's see what their offense looks like. I think everybody's being very dismissive of how badly the offense is playing, given the fact that you've got the number 1 and number 2 receivers out. But there seems to be a little more there than just injuries. I mean, the Bucs dominated their defense. They did whatever they want with the ball, David.
I think there's 2 things going on. First off, the defense, I mean, they're giving up, 24 points a game? That's not good enough. Yet they had this tremendous defensive effort against the Saints. When the Saints had gone up and down the field, remember they had just scored on 15 consecutive drives to start the season, and Philly shows up and holds them to like 243 yards of offense. And that defense hasn't shown up in any of the other 3 games. That's the part, Mark, that I'm struggling with. This is a veteran team. Even their younger players are veteran players. Why are they so inconsistent again? Why do we not know? When the Eagles were on the ascend, Mark, in Sirianni's first year, they started 2-5. They finished 7-3. And then they went to the Super Bowl the next year and started out last year 10-1. They had a 2 full calendar year run where you knew you were getting pretty damn good efforts all the way around from the Eagles. And you don't know what you're getting from them week to week anymore.
Well, I do think losing Kelsey, Lane Johnson didn't play last week. That's 40% of what was a tremendous offensive line.
Maybe the best.
You can't just lose that and say we're going to pick up where we left off.
But it started when they had Kelsey and Lane Johnson, though, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Now
and they still have Lane Johnson. He's hurt.
Right. Some people are saying, though, that with the offensive coordinator having left for Indianapolis, that Jalen Hurts does not look like a quarterback you should have paid $51 million a year to.
I think I don't know if I like week 5 buys, but I think it couldn't have come at a better time for the Philadelphia Eagles. Because I think they need to do a little soul searching with this week off and figure out who they are as a football team. I don't know if they are injured, if they got old quickly, or what's happened, but they've lost their identity, David.
Wasn't that supposed to happen during the offseason, though? I mean, they finished last season losing 6 out of 7, including the playoffs? I mean, they had the worst collapse in the league last year because they continued it in the playoffs. They got blown out by a 9-8 Bucs team, for goodness sakes, in the playoffs last year.
And they just got blown out by them again.
And so that's why, they made the change of defensive coordinator, brought in the best guy. 3 out of 4 games, they haven't been very good. Drafted all these Georgia defensive players, right? I mean, is it the players? because we were raving about their drafts the last 3 years. Listen, it's radical, I know, and we don't fire coaches in the middle of the season. But reportedly, the Eagles were dangerously close to firing Sirianni after last season, and they were going to go after Belichick. I mean, are you going to let this season fade away? Or would you just say, I can't do that? I mean, I know this is a hockey thing. This is an NBA thing. This is a baseball thing. We don't do it in football. But, Mark, I don't know how many more weeks I can give this. It just doesn't. When you can't get consistent effort and performance out of a team, don't you have to hold the head coach responsible for that?
Absolutely. Now they get after the bye, they have a part of the schedule where they can really take advantage of it, David. So we could be talking a different tune here in a month because they host the Browns coming off the bye week. They go to the Giants, then they go to the Bengals, and they host the Jags.
Don't you have to play Saquon in fantasy when they go to the Giants? I mean, don't you think
you play Saquon in fantasy every
I know, but you know what I mean.
I know, yeah.
I mean, he could have 30 touches.
But that's a daily fantasy play where you ride the revenge game, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. JP Shadrick to join us coming up at the top of the hour to talk about the 0-4. Wow, Jags. Come on. Even with a tough early schedule, and it is tough. I mean, come on. I mean, especially week 1 Miami. Week 1 Miami doesn't look like, week 4, week 5 Miami. Week 1 Miami on the road. Cleveland at home. They did win 11 games last year. At Buffalo, at Houston. I mean, it was a start in which most of us would have signed up for 2-2. But oof. JP Shadrick to join us coming up in a few minutes' time.
Jags, a 3-point favorite against the Colts. I'm trying to figure out exactly how that's the case, given their record against the Colts.
Kind of like your Banez guy for the Tigers yesterday. He's due. I mean, isn't that what we're going with the Jags? Aren't they due to finally beat the Colts at home?
We'll see. JP Shadrick, top of the hour to talk Jags.
I mean, your guy has been gone a month, hitting about $1.76 last night before he came up with the big hit against Hader. So, sometimes you're due. Plus, I think they're honoring Coughlin, too, this week. This would be the fan base. It's like, come on, man. This is our heyday. We're wearing uniforms from 20 years ago. We're honoring Coughlin. We got to do this right.
Well, they haven't pass blocked all that great for Trevor. Maybe they can run block great for their backs, because if you want to beat the Colts, you're supposed to line it up and run it down their throat.
Agreed. Miller and Moulton. Thursday night football tonight. Bucs and Falcons. First of 55 consecutive nights where we have a football game. Next time, there will not be football on your television the night before Thanksgiving. When family comes into town, or you're arriving in another town and you actually have to talk to people that, you may or may not want to talk with. So, it'd be rude that first night you arrive in town or they arrive in town if there was a football game on and you weren't paying attention to your guests.
You really miss working for Fox and doing that Thanksgiving game, don't you?
Actually, I do. I really do. Loved the Thanksgiving game.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely loved it.
You are something.
Well, hey, you know me, though. I told my family right to their face how much I enjoyed getting on the road. You know what was great? The early days of the SEC on CBS, at least for me, when JP and I were working together, was the first few years we would do Friday and Saturday games. We would do the Black Friday game. So we traveled on Thanksgiving. That's the first time I ever had turducken. It was because of CBS in Baton Rouge. Les Miles showed up at our dinner. It was spectacular. So was the turducken.
You've been talking about that for nearly 20 years, David.
Listen, I had only heard Madden talk about it, and I'm like, I got to sample this. Yeah, we had back-to-back Thanksgivings where we worked the Black Friday and the Saturday, and one year it was Baton Rouge, and the other year it was Little Rock because we did it at Old Memorial Stadium with the shower curtain separating us from the fans. It was just it was so good. That's where the drunk guy opened up the shower curtain and said, "Hey, that's Vern Lundquist." I had to tackle him and remove him from the booth. JP Shadrick remembers he was there. He was spraying the wasps. He's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, JP.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm well. How are y'all?
Okay.
Good. Good. Love that. Love that. I was listening to your close of the last segment, and yes, all of that is true.
Had to bring back memories.
Because remember, now it was because LSU Arkansas was always on Friday. And then that, I think that was 07 was the War Memorial game where
06.
So Arkansas running back win an Wild Hog 80-yard touchdown. kickoff return for LSU all the way 96 yards. Keelan Williams, I think. And then that kickoff return, Felix Jones took like 70 and got caught.
We had, if he hadn't gotten caught, we would have had, I believe, it would have been 4 touchdowns in 5 plays.
Unbelievable game.
Yes.
Like, I mean, the place was going berserk.
Because 07 was the game that Arkansas, Houston Nutt's last game as Arkansas coach. We didn't know it at the time. He took the Ole Miss job like 2 days later. Arkansas in triple overtime, we thought had knocked LSU out of the Natty.
Right. Because they had an interception in the end zone or something, right? Yeah, at the end.
That was the great Peyton Hillis game for Arkansas.
Yeah.
That was when Les showed up at our dinner.
Darren McFadden should have been more of a Heisman guy. He should have won. I forget who won that year.
Troy Smith.
The
Ohio State quarterback.
Yep.
By a landslide, too.
Yep. Silly.
You can't say this publicly, but if you go back.
You're about to.
Well, but if you go back, I have said it publicly. Like, Archie's the only 2-time Heisman winner. The second one, he shouldn't have won. Okay, I mean, really, if you look, his first one, absolutely. But his second one, he rushed for like 1,100 something yards.
Yeah.
Okay, and
that was in the old rules where you had to have the good sophomore year led to the good junior year, which led to the senior year, which you got it.
And you had name recognition and the whole
right. And Ohio State was terrific, but I forget the USC tailback. I think it was Ricky Bell, but one of them, Charles White, one of them had like 1,800 yards that year. And Archie got the Heisman.
Wow.
Well, I'll be curious this year. The kid from Boise's, I mean, the numbers he's putting up are just stupid. I don't even know if he gets to New York.
Who are the kid from Colorado, obviously.
Kid from Colorado, the quarterback at
Miami quarterback. That's 3.
That's probably your top 3 right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of football left, so we'll see.
I love the fact it's going to come down to, do we give it to the 17-year-old receiver from Alabama or the 18-year-old receiver from Ohio State as to who's going to win the Biletnikoff?
I tell you what, man, and that's another thing, too. If that kid keeps balling, look out.
Well, and also after what he did on Saturday, and when you're watching the Ohio State freshman, you're like, so these guys need 2 more years, huh?
I know one place he'd fit in just fine right now.
I know about 30 that they'd fit in just fine.
Yeah. We'd find a place.
Yeah. Hell, the Vikings would find a spot for either one of those guys. Look at Jordan Addison and go, you're going to be a great number 3 receiver.
Oh, boy.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the 4th and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this first Thursday of October. And we're joined once again by JP Shadrick. He of the Jags Radio Network, Touchdown Radio Network, Westwood One, College and Pro Football. Joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Follow JP on X at JP Shadrick, Shadrick. Well, you were busy last week. Oklahoma, Auburn, the Jags, Monday Night Football in Miami. How's your voice?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, it was fine. I burned up the road on I-95 pretty good up and back after the game on Sunday, the Jags game down to Fort Lauderdale, and then, of course, the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. And then back in the office Tuesday. Today is Thursday, and
hello, Cleveland. Hello.
I'm leaving for London tonight. I've got Jets Vikings this Sunday on Westwood One at Tottenham. So and I'm doing Jags pregame prep
at Tottenham Hotspur. Are you
right? And then it's the busy time of year, but it's the best part of the year. I love this stuff, man. So we had a great game at Auburn. I mean, Oklahoma. Poor Peyton Thorne. Throws it right over the middle to a spy linebacker, and he takes it 63 yards for the game-winning touchdown. 4 minutes to go. The place just I mean, they were going in trying to figure out who the quarterback was. They still don't have one, but maybe they have one now, it sounds like, for the future with a flip of a recruit. So we'll see. That's in the future if the head coach can get there. That might save him. You never know. And then the Jaguars are doing what they're doing. And then, the Dolphins are doing what they're doing. And the Titans, somehow, we were trying to figure out how in the hell the Titans scored 31 points. Like, they cobbled together 31 with 15 from field goals, 5 field goals made, a safety, and then the rest. Like, I mean, that is the weirdest 31-point game I've heard of.
I know we'll talk about the Jags in a second. I do want to ask you about the Dolphins because you did the game up close and personal. As you were preparing for it, is it that baffling that they're trying to run the same offense with Tua now, that they're trying to run with all these quarterbacks, Huntley now? I mean, it just seems as if they're lost offensively, JP.
I mean, not who else has the touch Tua has with those receivers? I mean, that is not an easy thing to just walk into and time it. Those guys are speed demons, and they're a different level. And if you're throwing it up, you better make sure you throw it way out there. Tua had his issues early. Remember that? Like in training camp, first time Tyreek shows up, he's having to stop for the ball. And I remember watching the highlights of that during the first training camp he was there. But time moves, and you figure out a way to throw them open and throw in front. Tyler Huntley didn't have that. He's been on the job for 8 days. So, like, how do you expect him to be able to be at that level with those receivers? The timing and things is just not there. And they were limited in what they could do. I mean, that's just what it was. They were handcuffed a lot of that game. So, I mean, that's the big question. What's going to happen? Week 7's the soonest he can come back. There's a bye week in there somewhere, but when should he come back? That'll be the conversation. You guys know it well. Because are they in the mix? It felt like this game for the Dolphins was one they had to have to really kind of stabilize, and then you could make that decision for Tua. If they keep losing and they're out of it, is it even worth it? It is pro football, though, Dave and Mark. I mean, you're paid to play football. So if he's healthy and can go, in theory, you should play no matter what the record is. That's what I think.
Well, if he's medically cleared, then it's up to him. The indications are he will be medically cleared and that he wants to return. If he's never medically cleared, by the way, then the Dolphins have to pay him the full amount. If he's medically cleared and he decides he no longer wants to risk playing, then the Dolphins are not on the hook for his salary. There'd probably be lawyers involved, but right now that's the way that the rules are.
Billable hours always win.
And no doubt about it. Andrew Brandt said, and there will be lawyers. All right. The defense gets 5 straight stops in the second half.
Jaguars defense we're talking now.
Yes. And they hand Trevor and the guys the ball with just under 4 minutes to go. 2 first downs, and your season is completely different. They take like 53 seconds off the clock. Houston doesn't have to waste any resources. They go down. I mean, it's tough to ask the defense to stop C.J. Stroud 6 straight times. You're spending all that money on offense. I mean, JP, come on. Doesn't Trevor and company, you got to finish that game. Just to look at the guys on the sidelines, for goodness sakes.
I know. I mean, they had it. Remember, the defense is depleted. They've got guys hurt. Like the starting linebackers are not playing. I mean, Foye Lukin's out. Devin Lloyd is out. I mean, they got Ventrell Miller, second-year guy who's really playing in his 4th game ever, starting at linebacker, calling plays. And Chad Muma's out there. And, secondary is depleted. And they're doing all they can, even without a consistent pass rush on Stroud. They somehow settled into that second half and got him off the field all the time. So, yes, for me and you and everybody, I'm sure it is an offensive issue right now. Can the defense do more? Yes, they have 0 takeaways on defense. However, when you get them off the field 5 times, you got to have something complementary to help you. And they can't stay on the field right now. And especially in the key moments. And that happened in Miami too. Remember in the Miami game when the meltdown happened, ETN fumbles the ball at the 3, touchback, 80-yard touchdown, ensuing kickoff, Jags fumble, recover it, still had the lead after all that. Could have moved the football and killed the clock and done something else on offense, gotten back on their feet, but they didn't. They didn't do anything the rest of the game. So it's been a season-long issue finding some kind of rhythm on offense. And Trevor Lawrence hitting open guys would help. I mean, he missed at least 2 open receivers down the field on throws that you just have to make. Not pressured, clean pocket, airmailed. So that's got to be changed. I think the line overall was okay last week, but there's just something going on with the offense. And I don't know if it's changes at the line that he's making on some of these key plays in key moments where you need the clock to burn or whatever that is. It's just not functioning well right now. And I don't know what the answer is.
All right, speaking of the line, this Colts team can give up some rushing yards. I mean, isn't it time to just line up and between ATN and Bigsby and try everything you can to establish a running game and maybe give Trevor Lawrence a little bit of a break that he can go to play action, he can do some other things. But, I mean, isn't this, for a get-right type of game, isn't it running the damn ball?
Should be. Grover Stewart's really good nose tackle. I mean, of course, I know they're out a couple of players up front, some key guys on the defensive line. So, yeah, in theory, yes. And they ran the ball pretty well last week in terms of statistically, right? I mean,
except when they could have put the game away
right.
And had it 3rd and 4th and goal at the 1.5.
I'm with you. Yes, Dave. You're right, Dave. Dave, you're right. Put that down. So, in theory, they should, because this is not – remember, Gus Bradley is the coordinator of this Colts defense, and the way he likes to play is from the back to the front. So, everything's in front of them. They don't like give up cheap, deep things. So, you, in theory, will have to go 9, 10, 11, 12 play drives and score. That's the design of Gus's defense. They're just going to wait until you make a mistake and then pounce on that mistake in theory, right? That's what their plan is. So they know that the Jaguars haven't really been consistent in doing that this year, right? So can you run the ball? Can you get ahead of the sticks like you talked about, Mark? And then, that's the play action game. That's what this offense should be. I don't think it's a first down, chunk it all over the field offense. It's got to have that running game in there somewhere.
How much heat is Trevor getting? And is this the first time, if he's getting it, that he is getting it? Maybe in his life.
I don't think he ever got it in high school, and I'm sure he didn't get it much in Clemson because they were winning all the time. He won as a freshman, didn't he? And then
and went to another natty and went to 2 playoffs besides. Yeah.
Right. And I remember one of the games he missed, he had COVID or something at Notre Dame and they lost that game. Remember that? He wasn't in it. So it wasn't his fault, right? And then, I'm guessing this has got to be it. And it just feels like he's feeling the weight of the world on him some. Okay, well, yeah, you're a franchise quarterback making $55 a year. The pressure and the spotlight's there. How do you grow and figure that out? Now, spotlight's also stuff he's put on himself. He's doing all these ads and things, which is great. That's what you should do. It's your business. You do it. But that's the spotlight. You're in the spotlight all the time, and you're under that microscope. And any mistake, and there are many right now, are being scrutinized. And how do you handle that? How do you step back from that and help you and your team get better? I think it's a process he's just trying to grow through right now. And remember, he's still young. I mean, he's 24?
Yeah,
right.
fourth year,
third year in the offense. I get it. But it might just take a little bit of time. Look at Sam Darnold, right? It's taking a little bit of time for him in a right spot. It helps when you have Jordan Jefferson on the outside, right? That certainly doesn't hurt, but you get my idea.
But he has some weapons. And as you pointed out earlier, JP, he's missing these guys. I mean, that's my biggest concern. Is this is a couple weeks in a row in which clean pocket, open receivers, these are NFL quarterback throws that they all should be able to make. And for whatever reason, he's not able to make them right now.
Right. I mean, you could have Jerry Rice out there if you're throwing it 10 feet over his head. That's kind of where he's at. So let's see how it goes this week. then they go to London. Maybe they can galvanize something there. Bears defense is good, though, obviously. That's 2 weeks away at Tottenham Hotspur. And then at Wembley against the Patriots. So it's a team in New England that's struggling right now. So maybe there's something. You get a win here against the Colts, go over to London, a place you know well, stay there for 10 days, bang, 3-4. Here we go. 92 Chargers, look out. The Jags would be the second team to go to the playoffs starting 0-4.
Wow.
How about this story?
Dave, we got like 10 seconds.
The quarterback of that team in San Diego was Stan Humphries. Went to Northeast Louisiana. Also on that 87 Northeast Louisiana team was freshman quarterback Doug Peterson. They were college teammates.
Okay.
Does it mean anything? I don't know.
Not a damn thing, but I like it.
I like the
I
story.
like it. You're reaching. You sound like a sportscaster.
I'm researching.
Maybe even at the network level. JP Shadrick heading to London, broadcasting the NFL on Westwood One. He's also doing the whole Jags radio network thing. He'll be in London for like 3 months, but we'll keep talking to him. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Roto just texted me.
Yeah, text me too. I'm kind of pissed, so I'm not in a hurry to answer him. Did he offer you the same question?
Yeah. We just push our NFL picks to 9 if we did that. But had to go give blood the other day, David, or do for some tests.
Yeah.
And I look and there's this kid, appears to be, I don't know, 10.
Okay.
And he's outside the door kind of looking. And he's with his mom. And he was, they never bring him in. For whatever reason, they brought him in early. And he's watching me about to give blood. And then you could see the look of panic on his face.
Right.
I looked over at him. I go, I promise I won't scream when they do this to scare you. And then he gets a little screams. I go, buddy, it doesn't hurt at all. I go, it's no problem. I go, I watch him do it. So I talked him through the whole thing. I came so close. All in my head was like, when that
Ow! That's funny, but I'm glad you didn't. JP's great. What a great dude. He really is.
Yes, he is.
He's I think he's doing 3 weeks in a row in London.
Yeah.
Because he's doing this week's game, and then the Jags are there back-to-back weeks. And I think he's doing both games. So I think he's doing 3. This will be 4 straight Westwood One games for him. You know, you got Iron Eagle Thursday nights and Kevin Harlan Monday nights. It's tough to crack that lineup.
It really is. Just to get in that lineup is pretty darn good.
And those guys do not want to stop. They don't. I'm expecting Iron Eagle to replace Al on Thursday Night Football. And I'm expecting Olsen to replace
Herbie.
Street. And if not Olsen, Kurt Warner. I just think they'll go all NFL.
Well, you said it before. Herbie's not a X's and O's analyst.
No.
And in the NFL, you need more of an X's and O's analyst. The fan bases are smarter. I think.
Well, and the other thing that works against him is that, you know, he didn't, when he quarterbacked Ohio State, he was not a modern passing game. You know,
right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We all know about Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bucs and the Falcons. Game 3, Mets and Brewers, winner to advance to play the Phillies in the division series because the Dodgers ended up the 1 seed. So it's Dodgers, Padres. It's Yankees, Royals. It's Guardians, Tigers. And then the Phillies waiting to see whether it's the Mets or Milwaukee. But you could argue the 2 biggest sports stories yesterday were all off the field. I mean, and which one is bigger? Michael Jordan and 2 race teams suing NASCAR, saying they're a monopoly and a bully and wanting to break it up? That's pretty big. And then Bally's, owned by Diamond Sports Group, going into bankruptcy court going, yeah, you know how we've been saying we wanted to hold on to most of these? We don't want to do most of our baseball anymore. In fact, we're really only interested in the Braves. The other 11 franchises, including the Rays and Marlins, whatever. I mean, unless you want to renegotiate at a much lower rate, then, you know, I guess we can keep doing it. But otherwise, we're not interested.
We're talking about basically all of the playoff teams that are in the American League Central are done. The St. Louis Cardinals are done. That was the one of all. They kept the Braves, but not keeping the Cardinals was, of all the teams I looked at, that one surprised me the most.
Guardians, Royals, Tigers, Twins. So the entire AL Central, not named the White Sox. The good teams. The NL Central, Milwaukee, St. Louis, Cincinnati. Angels and Rangers. Texas surprises me a little bit. Rays and Marlins. And Rays get great ratings.
They do.
Great ratings. Major League Baseball has already raised their hand and said, we'll take over. Okay. We'll take over, guys. Now, the teams don't necessarily have to. Major League Baseball is going to lean on them pretty hard, though, because they've got a grand vision. They want to, I think, take over the production of all the teams and do all the selling and disperse the revenue, and you could see where the Yankees and Dodgers and Mets and Cubs and Red Sox will say, yeah, on our last day on earth, will we give you those rights? But that's what baseball's going after, and they see this as a huge opening. They can now get the rights to 11 more teams.
Well, I don't know if they see it as a huge opening because, as you said earlier, they were floored in bankruptcy court that Diamond Sports is dumping all these teams.
They asked for Diamond to do this over a year ago. And so that's why this caught them so off guard. This is actually what they were on record 15 months ago as saying they wanted, and Diamond had fought it the whole way.
But this is putting them up against it, the timing of this.
Sure.
And they've got to get their act together in short order to get this ready for April.
And just try to be sympathetic towards the major league teams that are affected by this. And I know normally we're not, sympathetic towards huge entities like this. But free agency starts 7 days after the World Series ends. So even if it goes the distance, 5 weeks, I mean, the new baseball year starts in 5 weeks. You're one of these 11 teams. Mark, you and I we're in business. We own everything about this show. Okay, basically, what happened to these 11 teams happened to us. Okay, we got dumped. We now have to make a go of it on our own. We are trying to figure out going forward financially, we're going to make money? If so, how much? Now, fortunately, we don't have a ton of expenses. We got 2 or 3, but we don't have a ton. Okay?
Miller, Moulton.
And the satellite time.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of expenses. But
right. Baseball team
expensive.
Obviously does. Yes. Well, we'd like to be expensive. If we're not expensive now.
You jackass, by the way. I suggested getting the poll question sponsored so we do one every day. Moulton we could do it for $10 a day. I've got a guy I've been working on for months to get on the air. Months. You know what he texts me? For $10 a show, we'll sponsor the poll question. You jackass. Send that negotiation right back to day one.
How about I changed it up though. I said not $10 a show. I changed it to $10 an hour. That's $40 a show. That's $200 a week. That's $800 a month.
Yeah, no.
It's still not good enough.
No,
it's not as bad as it originally sounded. Anyway, thanks, but no, sir. Remember, Mark does all the business dealings on the show, and if you've listened to the show, you know that. Mark has said, David, I'm crazy about you. The one thing you can never do is negotiate on our behalf. You suck.
But we can let him do all the banking, all the numbers, all the stuff that requires paperwork. No one I would trust more than one David Moulton.
Negotiating, last person in the world I'd trust. Okay. So back to these baseball teams. Like the Twins, they've now officially been dumped by Bally's, but they operated this year with $30 million less in revenue than what they thought they were going to have. Like Bally's made like a 1-year deal with 5 or 6 teams at less. So now if you're these teams entering free agency, and not just free agency is in other people's players, how about re-signing your own? Do you know what your revenue is going to be next year? And even if baseball takes it over, Mark, come on, this is the real world now. They're taking it over in October. You've got to go to work in 5 weeks. I mean, unless Major League Baseball is going to promise you, hey, $50 million's coming your way, okay? And assume the loss if they can't find it, which they did 2 seasons ago. Remember? Mid-season for Arizona and I think San Diego, they took over the rights and they said to both Arizona and San Diego, how much were you guys supposed to get the rest of the year? We'll pay you. Don't worry about it. You're covered. They can't do that for 11 teams.
And as you mentioned, free agency started. And think about the other side of this. The advantage that the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Cubs, these teams with established television deals, baseball's wanted that Dodgers-Yankees World Series for a long time now. This helps get it to them damn near every other year. Because financially, the wherewithal that they have to get players is so much greater than now what the rest of baseball is going to have. You think Tampa Bay did it on the cheap before? Wait till you see what happens with this. Get used to this Tiger lineup, everybody, because they can't afford anybody else on this team.
By the way, unrelated to this, the Marlins have apparently fired everybody. The entire coaching staff's gone. They've gutted the front office, apparently, of scouts and administration people, clubhouse people. I mean, Mel Stoudemire Jr. got let go, the pitching coach. He's done a hell of a job with the young Marlins pitchers. Okay, you're going to blame him for the injuries? The whole staff's coming back next year. So, but yes, Mark. And also, what else just happened? The Tigers threw all their kids out there and went to the playoffs and won. So, more teams are going to go, well, look at the Tigers. We don't have to spend money, and we don't have the money to spend.
Would not want to be a free agent heading into the offseason unless you're one of the elite guys this year, David.
Yeah, Soto's going to get paid. Of course
Absolutely he's going to get paid.
But, if you're Blake Snell, he's hell-bent. He's going to turn down his option and go on the market. You sure about that? Seriously, you think the market's going to be any better for you this year than it was last year?
Well, as long as the Yankees, Mets, and Dodgers are involved, it'll work out just fine for him. But those are about the only suitors that they're going to have. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when. What's on tap? It's all next. Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm with you, Logic Man. We've gotten a little carried away with the support. I mean, if it's a legalized support animal, fine. But bringing your Lhasa Apso into Publix with you drives me nuts. And if you got outdoor seating and you want to be dog friendly, I'm fine with that. It's not really my complaint. Inside the restaurant's a little different story. Especially then, Michael, especially then.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. All guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Broadcasting from the Floormeister Studios. You see where I'm going here. I've got my, NASCAR on the brain. We had Brad Gillie on the show today. I mean, once you get NASCAR on the brain, you got to thank the sponsors. Got to get the soft drinks and the beer on top of the,
That's what we need.
The roof.
Screw Miller and Moulton merch. Every time we need a new sponsor, I need a hat from the sponsor that I can wear on Twitch.
Yeah.
You don't like hats, so I'm going to go with the Jim McMahon headbands.
Okay. I would wear a sponsor headband. Let me tell you, though, it got to be a big-ass headband. I got a big-ass head. I mean, come on now.
Either that, or you can just get some lipstick and have your wife write it on your forehead.
Should I do like the Alabama wide receiver there? Just put on my forehead, kill everything? All right? Like the eye black that he wore against Georgia? How would people take that? Probably not well.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, let's see. Where do we start today? 1863. President Lincoln designates the last Thursday of November as Thanksgiving Day. And football must be played on it. 1913, U.S. federal income tax signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson. Today in 51, the shot heard around the world. Bobby Thompson's 3-run homer.
And we found out 60-plus years later that the Giants stole the signs at the Polo Grounds, and they flashed them in. He knew what was coming.
Way to go, Astros. The first Guinness Book of Records was published today in 1955. The Dick Van Dyke Show premiered today on CBS in 61. The first umpire strike in MLB history lasts one day during the League Championship Series today in 1970. They've been a damn strong union ever since.
Yeah.
Billie Jean King becomes the first female athlete to win $100,000 in prize money in a single year. She did so today in 71. Jerry West retired today in 74. Hank Aaron singles in his last MLB at bat and drives in his 297th run in a Brewers loss to the Tigers today in 1976.
Just say that again. How many RBIs for Hank Aaron?
2,297. Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson released Say, Say, Say today in 83. Then Michael would buy all the Beatles.
I was going to say, you think Paul regrets the duet?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
I do. Very much so. He was the one that told him that music rights is a good investment. So Michael said, I'll just buy yours.
I'll take yours then.
Art Shell promoted as the first African-American to be a head coach in modern times, taking over from Mike Shanahan today in 1989.
Led them to the playoffs, too. They were 1-3, and I believe he turned them around and they made the playoffs.
Cecil Fielder becomes the 11th to hit 50 in a season, doing so today in 1990 at Yankee Stadium. He actually hit 50 and 51 that day.
And what was huge about it was Foster had been the last major leaguer back in 77 to hit 50 homers. So when was that for Cecil? 89?
90.
90. So we had gone 13 years without anybody hitting 50 home runs.
Sinead O'Connor was on Saturday Night Live today in 1992 and decided to rip up a picture of Pope John Paul II.
Yeah, that went over well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Today in 1995, O.J. Simpson found not guilty
One of those moments where if you're of a certain age, you remember where you were.
2006 Friday Night Lights premiered on NBC TV. 2008, on the same day he was found not guilty, he was found guilty of kidnapping and armed robbery. That being O.J. Simpson. Miguel Cabrera won the first Triple Crown since 1967 today in 2012. And B.B. King had his last live performance at the House of Blues in Chicago today in 2014. Stevie Ray Vaughan would have celebrated birthday today. Those that are celebrating birthdays today: Lindsey Buckingham, Dave Winfield, Dennis Eckersley, Fred Couples, Tommy Lee, Gwen Stefani, and Nev Campbell. What did I miss, David?
Well, I mentioned this for you. You're feeling the high of the Tigers, your whole little Detroit sports thing. Do you remember when 69-year-old Gordie Howe played for the Detroit Vipers in the IHL today in 97? 69-year-old Gordie Howe. They signed him to a one-day contract. He played, and they sold over 20,000 tickets to watch Gordie Howe take, 15 shifts or whatever at 69 in a professional hockey game. The Detroit Vipers. A couple other things. So East and West Germany reunited today after 45 years in 1990. I mean, it's not Cecil hitting 50 homers, but it's pretty big. Was that snarky? That was unnecessary, right?
Not really. Snark appreciated.
And 13 years ago today, Amanda Knox had her murder conviction overturned in Italy. They're still going after her.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Ocala, where firefighters came to the rescue of a dog who fell into a hole and became trapped in a 14-foot cave. Caller reported his dog had fallen into a deep hole. Firefighters arrived on the scene. Video shared by the department shows a firefighter being lowered into the cave and bring the canine back to the surface. Way to go, Ocala Fire Department. I am having a hell of a time picking from the bad and the ugly because they're equally as bad.
Uh-oh.
Let's pick this one. We'll go to Palm Coast, Florida for the bad, where a group of juveniles were causing disturbances inside a Walmart. All under 16 were riding their bikes through the store, yelling, cursing at customers, and setting off car alarms. Deputies found the group and recognized several of the teens and contacted their parents. One dad, whose smirk in his mugshot shows what a jackass he is, 34-year-old Jonah Harrington, arrived at the scene and immediately confronted law enforcement. Ran up to a deputy, shoved him. When two other deputies tried to detain him, he hit one.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
And resisted the efforts of a third deputy trying to secure him in handcuffs. He tried to flee but was taken down by the police. Sheriff Rick Staley commented on the incident saying, "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We asked parents to pick up their children because they were causing trouble, but this parent chose to attack our deputies instead." Finally, the ugly. We go to Philadelphia, where a dumbass tried to sneak meth through TSA. Now, if you want to bring a white powdery substance onto an airplane, I would think there are plenty of ways to do so. This guy took apart a shotgun shell and stuffed the shotgun shell with meth. TSA discovered the shotgun shell, which obviously you cannot take onto an airplane.
Correct.
And realized it wasn't a shotgun shell, but a shotgun shell full of meth. Can't make up that type of stupidity.
No, you can't.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, October the 3rd. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. $10,000 signing bonus for new officers. capecops.com.
All right. 2 big games tonight. Baseball, 7 o'clock. Probably 7:08 first pitch. 7 o'clock on ESPN. Mets and Brewers. Winner faces the Phillies on Saturday.
I'm rooting for your Mets, David, but I don't think they get it done. I think the home team wins tonight. I think the Brewers will get the victory, and they'll take on the Phillies.
And 8:15 tonight on Amazon, Bucs and Falcons. The first of 55 consecutive nights where we will have a football game. Next time we won't have a football game is the night before Thanksgiving. Tampa Bay and Atlanta, Mark, Adam Schefter reminding us in a post this morning, Bucs have said Luke Gedicke, Kalijah Cansey, Antoine Winfield, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer all not playing tonight for sure for Tampa Bay.
And I just think that's too much, David, to ask this Tampa defense to get after a quarterback with losing a couple of guys. Vita Vea still a little banged up. I don't know how they get a pass rush without blitzing. They're going to have to blitz and blitz effectively. But I like a lower scoring game, right about the number of 43. I think the Falcons pull out a close one. Hope I'm wrong, rooting for the Bucs, but I think it's too much to ask on a Thursday night on the road.
So you're walking that fine line today where I'm rooting for your Mets, but I think they're going to lose. I'm rooting for the Bucs, but I think they're going to lose.
Screw you then. Go Brewers. I can switch on a dime. Let's go Bob Uecker and the boys. I'd like to see both of our teams advance. It would be kind of, for as long as we've done a show, you and I have never had postseason success at simultaneously for the teams that we root for. It would be kind of cool. My Wings have been, maybe it's been since the Wings were good when we first started.
No, the only time our baseball teams, our very first year together, we got together in July of 2006, and the Mets Tigers should have been the World Series, and the Mets couldn't beat the Cardinals, couldn't beat an 83-win Cardinals team, lost in 7. Cardinals then beat your Tigers in the World Series. So it goes back to literally the very beginning of Miller and Moulton, the last time these two teams put good seasons together at the same time.
But I root for the Bucs. I like Baker Mayfield. I like this team. I just think it's too much to ask on a Thursday night with how depleted their lineup is right now to get a victory.
Well, I'm with you. And it's only a 1.5, so you're basically picking the winner tonight. And if I had to lay a shekel or two on it, I'd take the home team. Bucs are banged up, short week, the whole deal. I do think, though, Atlanta's going to have to score some points tonight. That kind of where they got to against the Saints. They got to 26, and they needed all of them. All right. I think Atlanta is going to have to get into the 20s. And they have not been a high-powered offense so far this year. Not as high-powered as we thought they would be with adding Cousins to the mix.
Let me ask you this, Mets guy. How many innings you got to get out of your starter tonight for you to think that they win?
Believe it or not, because the guy who pitches multiple innings in relief like he did in game 1 will be back available tonight. I think they have confidence in 4 relievers tonight who combined could give them 5 innings. I'll be surprised. And Quintana, you could argue, is their best pitcher this year for the whole year. But, Mark, I think the Mets, once he gets through the lineup twice, I think the leash will be really short. Really short. And I don't know if Mendoza is going to stick to the plan he did last night, where even though his 6th inning guy retired the side on like 12 pitches and his 7th inning guy did it on 14, tonight, if a guy's getting outs, do you take him out? I mean, you're facing elimination. This ain't a Thursday night in July here. This is a Thursday night in October. If a guy's getting outs, do you care what his pitch count is?
No. And this just goes back to how much analytics is involved in baseball, because that's what they rely on so heavily at this time, not feel. And will he rely more on feel, or will he just follow the book, if you know what I mean?
So I think the Mets have confidence in 4 relievers for 4 to 5 innings tonight, possibly 6 if needed. Whether they should have that confidence or not is another story.
Miller and Moulton, a Football Friday edition tomorrow. That means Lee Sterling making his picks against the number, Miller and Moulton making their picks against the number, and Pat Kerwin. Enjoy the rest of your day. A little football and baseball tonight. Thanks so much for listening to Miller and Moulton.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.